Talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Here we go, another morning on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for being with us. Closer to the weekend, that's always a good thing. Coming up in the next 3 hours, the Pacers with a win last night in the NBA Finals as they host a championship game for the first time in 25 years. We'll talk about that Game 3 matchup against the Thunder, followed by the NFL at 6:20. At 6:40, a friendship is over in college basketball. You might actually find that interesting. We'll get into that as well. At 7 o'clock, back to the hardwood, and then a look at today's slate in Major League Baseball. And you have to stick around at 7:40. It's time for our weekly draft, and this time we're choosing our favorite foods for summer barbecues in the 8 o'clock hour. More from the NBA. We'll talk some hockey as well. Oilers and Panthers getting together again in Sunrise. And how about some golf? That comes your way at 8:20. We would bring in Doug Bell from PGA Tour Radio and ESPN to get you set for the U.S. Open. Best bets, of course, at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. I was just thinking about the last time we had Doug Bell on, and if I'm remembering correctly, I feel like he was such a fun guy. Like, we have guests on the show, and I think people who listen to our show kind of understand that our show is, like, pretty light. We're a morning show. But the best is when our guests kind of chime into the bit, whatever bit we're doing. I don't remember what bit we were doing, but he definitely, like, had a take on it. I can't remember if it was, like, the umbrellas talk, where you were talking about how you, like, could never keep an umbrella. But I wonder if our guests remember that. Because sometimes you remember, like, the weirdest things about, like, meeting somebody. You're like, oh, I remember this about them, but I don't remember their name. I wonder if our guests remember all these, like, stupid little conversations that we have.
Well, I would hope so. I mean, I think it's a differentiator where they're like, oh, yeah, those are those two goofballs, you know? At least they're not talking to the Donkster. They definitely remember that and be like, hey, I'm not coming back. You know someone is not familiar when they come on and they say, well, Chelsea, and you're like, oh, here we go. Okay. That's the way it is. But most of the time, I think our guests, we have a good set of guests that come on and they have a good time with us. They kind of get it that, yes, we want to talk some sports, but it's early. Might as well have a good time while we're doing it, you know?
Yeah, we're not going to kill you if you mention more than just the stats and numbers. Because that's the thing. Like, if you view sports through the lens of simply statistics, and I understand betting is very heavy and trending towards the numbers and trends and whatever, but, like, at the end of the day, it's still sports, and we still enjoy the storylines and what makes it human and what gives it some color. So I think we do a good job of trying to balance both the numbers and the storylines.
Yeah, look at us. We're awesome. We're great. We're number one. We did it.
I mean...
No. But no, I think you're right. Especially when you're talking about gambling in general. I mean, at least for me, I'm not some sort of sharp bettor. I would never, ever say that. Just look at my bets from the last couple of days, and you'll know that easy. But ultimately, you can get lost in the numbers too much. I love to gamble. I love to sports bet. We all do. But at the same time, if you get into the numbers too much, then it sort of becomes, at least for me, a little counterintuitive, because one of the reasons that you bet in the first place is to just add a little juice and add a little excitement. And if you're so far into the weeds and it's like, all right, I didn't come here for a math class.
Yeah, and also what makes sports interesting is that numbers don't win every single game. Like, every single favorite since the dawn of time has not won the championship. In fact, the Pacers were 88-1 to start the season to win the NBA Finals. Like, these are the storylines that make, sports great. So, like, if we were just doing it by the numbers, well, this team in the regular season was amazing. Oklahoma City was 18-2 or something entering the fourth quarter when they had a lead in the game overall. Like, all of these numbers that you could use to your advantage, but, there are other factors that go into it. And I think that's where bettors actually have an edge.
I think you're right about that. And you had an edge yesterday, at least on one game. Having a nice week. You're getting there.
Yeah, 1-1. All right. So best bet of the day, I would have bet it again. It was an L though. Tigers on the money line over the Orioles. Listen, the Orioles won this game pretty easily. Last I checked, it was like 10-1. I stopped following it. But listen, the Tigers are the better overall team. And the Orioles as favorites this year have been like dreadful. So they have a losing record as favorites. They have a losing record at home. And the Tigers are one of the best teams in baseball. So if you give me the Tigers at -104, I'm going to take the bait. It was an L, but I would have played it again if I could. Second bet of the day was Robbie Ray under his earned runs prop. I got somewhat lucky with this one. I don't know how you describe this because he gave up 4 runs, but only 2 of them were earned. So he was pulled from this game early, only went 4 innings. This was very much a slugfest between the Giants and the Rockies, 2 of the worst offenses in baseball. Did not see that coming, but a roundabout way of saying Robbie Ray under his earned runs prop was a winner.
Nice job. I went 1-3. Started off with a win. Cubs, Phillies overrated. Phillies win 7-2. I had the Giants in the first 5. That was a loser. I could not believe that was a slugfest early on, and the Giants certainly did not help themselves. I had the Tigers as well. That was a loss. Hoping to get a win with the Mariners yesterday, and I was sitting and having a drink later in the afternoon. I open up the MLB app. Brian Woo's on the mound, and the first thing I see is Eugenio Suarez hits a grand slam off of Brian Wu. I was like, let's close the app. I think we're done there. Like in and out. So not a great night for me. Doctor had Twins on the money line, -125. Hosting the Rangers, the Twins win 6-2. So for the week, we're just kind of hanging around trying to get to the 500 mark. Chelsea, you're 2-3. I'm 4-6. The Donkster is 1-2. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Regardless, still a couple days left this week, and we'll get you going and speeding towards the weekend, just like the Pacers are. After a win last night over the Thunder, 116-107. Pacers plus 5.5. Pacers plus 180. Total set at 228 and a hook. The under hits. Benedict Mathurin comes off the bench and scores 27 on 9 of 12 shooting.
Mathurin inside, left-handed, off the glass. The Mathurin magic here in Game 3.
All calls courtesy of ESPN, and the Pacers with plenty of help off the bench from T.J. McConnell.
Nimhard got it. Second opportunities. McConnell on the steal, and he backs it home. He's done it again.
He had 10 points, 5 assists, and 5 steals off the bench. Since those stats started being recorded, no player has ever done that in an NBA Finals game. He was huge, and of course, there's this guy.
Nimhard, back to Turner. Halliburton looking for some room, step back 3. It's good! Tyrese Halliburton with a 3-pointer, and the Pacers back up by 3.
Hallie with 22, 11 assists, 9 rebounds, 1 board short of a triple-double. Pascal Siakam with 21. The Pacers now improved to 10-0 in games immediately after a loss since going back to mid-March. And here they are, still series underdogs, which I can't believe, but taking a 2-1 series lead. This was a really exciting back-and-forth game, but the Pacers did the little things to put them over the top, Chelsea.
Right, and this was a signature way for the Pacers to win because they come from behind. They were not leading this game going into the fourth quarter, and it was a complete effort. Depth and resiliency are what we've come to know from the Indiana Pacers. 49 points coming from their bench. If you look at Oklahoma City, who is also a very deep team, they only had 18 points coming from their bench. So a huge discrepancy there. So when you can get points from everyone on the squad, it makes a huge difference. And they go back to that trend. Indiana now 14-0 when scoring at least 110 points. So if their offense gets going, watch out because they're probably winning the game. So now we move forward, and the Pacers now have a 2-1 series lead. Mm-hmm. And I read a stat somewhere where like that team goes on to win like 80% of the time.
Yeah,
Jenks, are the Pacers going to win the finals?
They might. I just can't believe that the market continues to disrespect the Pacers. That's what I can't believe. Yes, sirs. Yeah. I don't know. Well, I mean, I would disrespect that. Yes, sirs. I don't know about that. But if you look ahead to tomorrow night's game, the Thunder are laying 6.5 points. And you mentioned it. Teams that are up 2-1 in a series. After the series was tied at 1, you win game 3. Those teams go on to win the finals more than 80% of the time. 80.5% of the time. And yet, when you look at the series price, The Thunder minus 250, the Pacers 2-1. You know what? You know who loves this? The Pacers do. Because I don't think they're necessarily looking at the betting markets, but they know that people still think, you hear the chatter, right? These guys are definitely online. They hear what people are saying. And it's like, yeah, it's the Thunder. Don't worry. It's Oklahoma City. Don't worry. Well, you should worry. The Pacers are legit, and it's amazing to me that even now, when we look ahead or look at what people are thinking, it's like the Pacers are going to have to hoist the trophy before people say, oh, yeah, Indiana's really good.
Yeah, oh, yeah. And they've embraced this mentality, and they talk about this all the time when people ask them about, like, going into every series, because we saw this earlier in the postseason where nobody picked them to beat the Cavs, and here we stand in the NBA Finals. And then, you know, we get quotes from guys like Tyrese Halliburton that says, nobody is scarier than a confident underdog. And I believe that to be true because all of the pressure is on Oklahoma City in this series because they were the juggernauts during the regular season. They've got the reigning MVP. And, you know, they're the team that was supposed to win it all going into the postseason. So you look at this Pacers team where they have this mentality of nothing to lose. They're a very unselfish team where it doesn't have to be one or two guys. You can have somebody coming off the bench like Benedict Mathurin, who led all scorers in this game. And so it's just a great way to, you know, attack the NBA Finals. And we've seen this in years past. It is no longer the super teams. It's the teams with depth. And you'd say Oklahoma City's really deep too. But the Pacers beat them at their own game last night.
Yeah, they really did. They are playing, the Pacers are, like perfect basketball, or pretty close to it. I mean, of course, you'd say, okay, we want to turn the ball over less, yes, but you're playing one of the most high-powered teams, the most high-powered team in the NBA as far as scoring in the Thunder, who can explode at any time. I mean, they would just run rule teams essentially during the regular season, right? Just route them, run them out of the building. And yet here they are controlling the pace, getting more bench play. And those hustle plays like TJ McConnell with a couple steals, 5 steals alone off the bench is pretty remarkable. I mean, I said that earlier where there's never been anybody with a stat line like that just coming off the bench and contributing. So, you know, it feels like when the Pacers win, it's, you know, maybe it's Nesmith, maybe it's Mathurin, maybe it's McConnell. Like, it's someone stepping up. Of course, you've got Siakam and Hallie. It's a different guy in different situations stepping up and making huge plays. They really are the antithesis of the super team, which I think that's sort of fading now. We've talked about that in the association. Now we're seeing, you know, things fall back to more team-oriented basketball. And, man, no one plays better team basketball, I feel like, than the Pacers do.
Oh, absolutely. Because going into the series, you would say, the Thunder do. Have you seen the regular season? But it's wild to me. Like, going into the series, I thought that, you know, the Thunder were like the better version of the Pacers, but I'm being proven wrong. And so many people have been proven wrong by the Pacers this postseason and this regular season. And add this to the list of people who are losing money betting against the Pacers. Did you see where Jay-Z lost $1 million on his finals bet? Oh, man. He put $1 million on the Thunder to win the NBA Finals in 5 games. It was plus 230. He lost it, so I'm sure he was not a fan of last night's result.
I'm sure he was not. Would have paid $3.3 million. Jay-Z is also worth $2.5 billion with a B dollars, so I guess he's going to be okay. Like, imagine that you're so rich that you're like, you know what? I'm going to put $1 million on this game. You know, I'll just throw down $1 million. Like, if I did that, I'd be like, oh, first of all, where am I going to come up with $1 million? I need to take out a loan so I can make a bet. You know what I mean? Like, I can't. That's a level of betting and a level of cash that I can't comprehend. I'm like, I dropped $1 million. I'll be okay. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, it sounds like something Drake would do, though. Like, I didn't know Jay-Z was into betting that much. I had never heard somebody talk about his big bet. So he must have been really confident in the Thunder in this one. Maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe he's a huge bettor. I don't know. But I don't think at least he has the connotation with his bets as Drake does. Because when Drake puts money on something, it's a guaranteed L.
Yes. Always fade Drake. Anytime I think I'm a bad bettor, I'm like, well, not as bad as Drake. And also Drake wants to be in the locker room. Like, Drake wants to bet, and he also wants to suit up. Like, here come the Pacers. Tyrese Halliburton, Pascal Siakam, and, of course, Drake hanging out with the team. Didn't he suit up and play with Kentucky at one time, like during the pregame, like go through warm-ups?
Yeah, I think he tried to like shoot a few shots. And it's so funny because obviously Kentucky players are like freaks of nature and they're like 7'1" with this huge wingspan. And there's Drake just bebopping around trying to dribble a basketball without dribbling it off his foot. It did look funny.
Dylan just said this in the chat, which I was just about to mention. Like, there's a picture of him in the team meeting, which is hilarious.
Oh my
They cut away the Kentucky players, and Drake's raising his hand like, so you mean we're going zone here, right? And like, Drake, just get out of here, please. Please, just go write something, anything. Just leave us alone. Coming up next on the show, Kirk Cousins is the best quarterback in the league at getting paid. What he's saying about being the backup in Atlanta. That and more NFL news. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great Thursday morning.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back. It is a Thursday on the Daily Tip right here on the BetMGM network. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the Commanders made it all the way to the NFC Championship last season. Now they've got to make things right with their star receiver. NFL news is on the way. God, remember a couple days ago when I was telling you about my handyman, Kevin, and how he just randomly just says, "Hey, you here?" I'm like, "Kevin, you've got to, you need to let me know, please, just when you're going to arrive." And also, this guy, he's not spacey. He's just very peculiar. And so anyway, one thing he does, which drives me crazy too, is he wants to talk on the phone. But if you talk to him, for every 15 minutes you talk to him, he wants to charge you. And I'm like, I don't need to talk to you on the phone because I know the project. I remember him doing this, and he just talks and talks, and he just repeats himself in different ways. And last time I talked to him on the phone, this was a few months ago, I got him off at 14:52. I was like, "Sounds great, Kevin. We'll see you tomorrow. I got to go, buddy." I'm like, I know what you're doing. You're trying to get me over this 15-minute threshold. And he's not trying, he's not a grifter. He's an odd bird. Let me put it that way. So yesterday, I was running errands all over the city. And, the city's just crazy right now. And I was like, let me pop in somewhere and get a drink. I texted lovely Catherine, and she was on the same wavelength. She's like, "You want to meet somewhere and just kind of hang out?" I was like, "Yes." So we're sitting there, having a good time. This is 6 o'clock. Catherine has just closed her computer because she needed Wi-Fi to keep working. And I get a text on my phone from Kevin. "Hey, are you going to be home in 10 minutes? I'm like, oh my God. I was like, "Kevin, I need a heads up. I need more than a 10-minute heads up. We are not home. We will not be home soon." And he goes, "Okay, well, we can talk on the phone if you want." I was like, "I don't need to talk on the phone. I'll be available tomorrow anytime after 11. You can come by." And he goes, "How about I come by between 11 and 12? I was like, "Perfect. See how easy that is?" That sounds good. All afternoon. I'll be there all day. God, once again with the, "Are you going to be home in 10 minutes?" Oh my, just no planning at all. It's so weird.
Well, remember the people who were doing stuff to my house tried to pull this stuff on me all the time. And I would simply just say, "No, I'm not home." Even if I was home, I just didn't want to see these people. I think if you take some of the emotion out of it and you're just like, "Hey, this guy's kind of weird," it's fine. No, we're not talking on the phone. No, you're not coming over now. You can come over at a selected window tomorrow and just say that. As maybe somebody who is a little younger, when you said talking on the phone for 15 minutes, that's my worst nightmare. With a stranger, I don't want to talk for 15 minutes on the phone. It takes me a breath of courage to make a phone call to somebody I don't know. I hate doing it. And I talk for a living. People in my age demographic don't want to make phone calls. So when it's like, "You want to talk on the phone?" Hell no, I don't. Text me. There is nothing that we need to talk about that needs to be a 15-minute phone call because you're talking about a project, right? Hey, send me an email. We're not talking on the phone.
Also, it's the same project we've been trying to get you finish for months. There's nothing to talk about. You want to go over the same details that have been laid out for weeks at a time. There's nothing to talk about. Nothing. It's what we need to talk about is you finishing this project, which started back in November. And how I've gotten you 3 different parking passes for when you were supposed to show up and you haven't showed up. There's nothing to talk about. Just come over and fix it. Oh, my God. Anyway, here's something to talk about. Call your friends and tell them about J.K. Dobbins signing with the Broncos. So, of course, play with the Ravens, Chargers, 1-year deal, $2.75 million with Denver. So he was on which is a rare thing, a 1-year unrestricted free agent tender, which meant essentially, had he not agreed to terms with someone by July 23rd, the Chargers would have exclusive negotiating rights. You rarely see that put out there. Regardless, he's with the Broncos now. So now you have R.J. Harvey and Audric Estime in the Broncos running back room. I like J.K. Dobbins a lot. I feel like he's always been kind of underrated. When he's healthy, he's a very effective back.
Yeah. Hey, did you hear who the Broncos just signed? For our radio listeners, I was holding up my phone and acting like I was on a 15-minute phone call. This one is interesting because of the upside that J.K. Dobbins can bring, because we know when he is healthy, he's really electric. I remember seeing him firsthand. I remember it was the Ravens game against the Titans, and he absolutely torched our defense. But the problem is he just can't stay on the field. He has had such a tough string of luck when it comes to staying healthy, tearing his LCL, tearing his ACL. He broke his fibula in college. So I think that's why you need to have a guy that is on a depth chart that already has, some guys who can take a bulk of the carry. So I don't know what we're going to get from RJ Harvey. I know the fantasy people are all over him just because he is really fast. He runs a 4.40. He is somebody who converted from quarterback to running back in college, and also somebody who has pretty good hands. And so people see the comparisons with Sean Payton and Alvin Kamara in New Orleans, and they're thinking that RJ Harvey will be that type of running back. But I think my bigger takeaway from this is that I think the Broncos are going to be good. Like, how many times have we said that on the show? Is that they're accumulating such good talent. I already believed in Sean Payton as a coach, and Bo Nix showed us flashes of being a franchise quarterback. Maybe he's not going to be, a top tier quarterback, but somebody that's good enough to drive the car. I think the Broncos are going to be pretty good.
I think it'll be very good. That defense of theirs is going to be so salty. Like, they've just added, one stud after another. They were already good last year, and they added Dre Greenlaw and a couple Niners. They are going to be so good. Broncos to win the AFC 15-1 to win the West, plus 350. But I'm with you. Of course, we'll talk about NFL, throughout the summer and getting into the fall. But I would absolutely be on the lookout for Denver. Right here in D.C., and this has been a story now for a couple weeks. I can feel the angst from Commanders fans. But Terry McLaurin is not at minicamp, so he also skipped the 2 previous weeks of voluntary OTAs. He did this also at the same time 3 years ago, signed a 3-year extension worth $68 million. But now in the offseason, we saw Mike Evans sign a new deal. We saw DK Metcalf sign a monster deal. So McLaurin wants one as well. He's 30 years old. I think this eventually gets worked out. He's been a good soldier for a long time here in D.C., finally has a quarterback in JD5. But then yesterday, Noah Brown, who maybe is not a household name, but who was an important part of the Commanders' success last year, was carted off the field. So it looks like he has some sort of serious injury that will add to Terry's leverage, because certainly they have some talent at receiver, but it's not necessarily a deep squad. So McLaurin, I think, eventually will get his. And also, it's the second week of June.
Yeah, how many receivers do you think the casual NFL fan, could name off the Commanders? There's not many. It's Scary
Right.
Terry, and that's it. And maybe De'Ami Brown. I'm pretty sure he's not even in Washington anymore. So I think especially when you have all of the factors, because sometimes it's not one factor, it's the accumulation of everything. The fact that Terry McLaurin has been such a stalwart for the Commanders, even through all of their name changes, and because you have a great but young quarterback who, I think when you have somebody who can be like the security blanket, maybe that's a term a little bit too far, but you get what I'm saying. When Jaden Daniels has gotten used to throwing to Terry McLaurin as his number one receiver, why would you take that toy away from him when he has already gotten comfortable throwing to him? And then you add in the depth situation where there's just not that many guys on the roster, and there's certainly not that many number ones. Like Deebo Samuel was a great add, but still Terry McLaurin is the number one receiver. Debo's more like a Swiss Army knife that you would use him in a multitude of ways. But I do think that, given all those factors, it seems to me that I would give Terry McLaurin his money, but I'm also not the Commanders. Jenks, you are very close to the source. What do you think happens here?
Well, unfortunately, they're not calling me and giving me the details, which I'm very upset about. I don't understand what's going on there. I think that ultimately, it's, like I said, it's early June. He's too important to this team, and I feel like that, Adam Peters has proven thus far, that if you can't trust him at this point, I don't know what you're doing. He's completely helped turn this franchise around, along with ownership and Dan Quinn. So he's a smart enough GM and a savvy enough GM, and they know the value that Terry McLaurin has to this team. So, if this is mid-training camp, then I would start to maybe, bite my nail. bite my nails. I never bite my nails. I would be a little angsty about this, but right now, this is football. This is business. Even Dan Quinn said that the other day. Sometimes football and business intersect. That's what's happening right now, but I think ultimately he gets signed. What is Kirk Cousins up to? Double D cares. We do have a Falcons fan on this show. If you just discovered us over the past few months, oh, yeah. Double D loves his Falcons. Well, Kirk Cousins did report to Falcons mandatory minicamp, skipped OTAs during the offseason. He wants to be traded. And Raheem Morris says, oh, God, are you wearing your Falcons hat? Of course you are. Well done, sir. Raheem Morris says this, it's been less dramatic of a situation as it has been from an outside of the building standpoint. Kirk is not in the business of disrupting Michael Penix Jr. As for now, Cousins is just trying to be a good soldier himself down in the ATL.
Obviously, you'd love to play, but I'm not going to dwell on things that aren't reality. That's not the situation I'm in. So it's better spent to be focused on the situation I'm in and controlling what you can control, and I think that's the right mindset to have.
Again, Cousins in the middle of a 4-year, $180 million contract. He's owed $27.5 million this year. The Falcons can't release it. I mean, they can, but if they did, it would be a $75 million dead cap hit. Everyone wondered what in the hell they were doing when they signed them and then drafted Michael Penix. And sometimes you see a move that everyone says, what are these guys doing? And you know what? Everyone was right, except for the Falcons. So, Double D, you want to chime in here, Double D? You want to tell me the great strategy behind this?
We now have the best backup in all of the NFL. Ooh. 1. 2, maybe not lie about being injured last year, dude. Just saying.
I thought he told the staff. And they were like, oh, no. I thought they told the media that he wasn't injured when he implied to them or told them he was injured.
No. Oh. He was legit injured last year and tried to play through it. Making yourself look bad and giving the opportunity to Michael Penix Jr. to get on the field and show that he's a better quarterback than you are. Point blank, end of story. I don't think Kirk Cousins ends the season with the Atlanta Falcons. How many starting quarterbacks get injured throughout the year? It's one of those things. And if you're a contender, I could very easily see Kirk Cousins being traded if a big-time name with a contender goes down this year.
I still think it's contingent on money, though, right? Because he's not your average, everyday backup quarterback because of the money involved. So as much as we'd like to say, yeah, it'd be nice to have Kirk Cousins, if he is going to cost that much money, I think the list is going to be a lot shorter. Because, look at teams like the Steelers. They want quarterbacks, but they don't want to pay for it. They only paid Aaron Rodgers, $13 million? So I just think at the end of the day, a lot of it just is based on numbers.
Oh, they're going to have to eat a lot of the money. A lot of the money if they trade him. They will. And that's the price you pay for doing what you did. I don't disagree with that. I argued about them giving him the contract to begin with. That was an outrageous amount of money for a guy who was coming off an Achilles injury.
God, nobody but Kirk.
Yeah, it's not. I think a lot of us were arguing for that.
Oh, my God. Incredible. I mean, he got franchise tagged here in D.C. again. How many years did that happen, Denton? I don't know. You know better than I do.
Twice.
Okay.
It was painful.
Yeah. Where he was. So he already grabbed the bag twice in D.C. Then he signs that monster deal with Minnesota. Then he signs a monster deal with the Falcons. Kirk Cousins' ability, I don't know if he just sits at home with that plexiglass around his face that he was wearing during COVID and just manifests things. I don't know what he's doing. But whatever he's done to get money, he's made it happen. I tip of the cap. It's hard to do. And he's sitting there, what a situation, just sitting there banking like he's Joe frickin' Montana or Tom Brady. It's incredible.
Well, he has had some good seasons because here's the thing. There are a lot of quarterbacks who have been overpaid. So at least Kirk Cousins has put up some good numbers. So I think people forget this because, so many people just remember that, hey, he kind of melts in clutch situations. But when you look at the overall numbers, he's had some really good statistical seasons. There are quarterbacks out there who is it, Brock Osweiler, or most of the quarterbacks that the Broncos have paid who have been downright terrible and never put up one good season. So I will say this, Kirk Cousins absolutely overpaid, but he at least brings something to the table. He's at least in the top half of quarterbacks. And there are a lot of teams willing to pay for a simply above average quarterback.
That's true. It's just that he's not brought anything to the table come playoff time. Like, he's made almost $300 million in his career, and he has one playoff win. In his entire career, one. That is remarkable. Great job if you can get it. Coming up next here on the show, college football season is going to be here before we know it. I mean, teams are already gearing up for that. We see the NFL doing it as well. But it's not going to be without one final goodbye to a legend. We will talk about that coming up next on the show. It's Chelsea Messenger. I'm Michael Jenkins. This is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back on a Thursday. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Jenks. It's Chelsea. On the way, Texas and Ohio State might be the marquee game in week 1 of the college football season, but the real star won't even be suiting up. Do you suit up when you competitive dance? I mention this because I was trying there. I was trying for the transition. Double D was telling us before the show that his sweet daughter, perhaps, maybe, will be a competitive dancer or learn to competitive dance. But apparently it costs like an insane amount of money. Like around $3,500 a year to practice and compete in competitive dance. That seems a little steep. What am I missing? I'm not a parent.
Well, I do think everything is expensive these days. To put it in perspective, and these are older kids, so maybe that goes into it as well, but like for Jake's travel ball kids for baseball, it's like $5,000 for a summer. Like that's 2 months. So at least competitive dance is like the whole year. So I just think that some of these competitive like travel ball type things, and like I know competitive dance is not travel ball, but like you're traveling around probably and you're going to different locations. Like what happened to rec league stuff? Like remember growing up, there was a rec league. And if you were good enough, you would play on the all-star team. And the all-star team would play in like 2 or 3 tournaments. You would go like to the sub-state, you would go to the regionals, you go to state, regionals, World Series, whatever. Like that was it. And now it's like, okay, if you're not, I feel like it's a way for kids who would not make the all-star team to like pay their way to be on travel ball teams, even if they're not good enough. Not everybody needs to be an all-star, and that's fine. Like that's the other thing. I feel like kids are not given the option of like failure and losing. It's fine to not make a team. We've all heard the story about Michael Jordan getting cut from, what was it, his like middle school or JV team? Yep. Like it happens. You work harder. It forms who you are as a person. So yeah, that's my little diatribe on youth sports, but that seems to be the state of the world these days.
God, no way. I don't know how people afford it. I mean, I am not having kids. And I'm not, again, I love children. I'm good with kids, but at this point, I don't think I'm going to have them. But I hear all of my friends. I have plenty of friends who are parents, and they're great parents. And I hear about the cost of daycare or competitive dance or lessons to do this. And it's wild to me, the cost. So I'm not foreign to it. But then when I hear it, it kind of hits me like, how do you do this? Like 2 months, $5,000? I don't know. I don't know how you parents do it. Good on you.
Well, I think it's because it's the ultimate sell job. Like it is the easiest sales pitch in the world to tell a parent, hey, do you want to give your kid a leg up on the competition? This is why lessons are so popular and you can charge so much. Mm-hmm. This is why tuition for private schools, people will pay exorbitant amounts, costs that, are more than colleges. It is wild to me what some of these high schools, some of these kindergartens, charge. So, like, I knew people who went to boarding schools, which at least it's boarding, you pay for, like, your rent or whatever. It was $40,000 a year. $40,000 a year. And some of these girls ended up in the same place as me in college. So here I am coming from Podunk Gallatin High School, tuition $0 a year, and we ended up in the same spot. So you can try to give your children big advantages, and I understand that, but it doesn't always matter, in my opinion.
Well, since it's us girls talking, here's some tea for you. Apparently, LSU guard Flau'jae Johnson and her former teammate Angel Reese are no longer friends, Chelsea. So they won a national championship 2 years ago at LSU, as we know. And then Johnson's mom and Reese's mom went at each other on X last year. So Johnson was being interviewed on The Breakfast Club and says they support one another despite the fact that the relationship is donezo.
We're not friends, but I mean, like that bond and that we had, and that thing that we did together, win the national championship. You can never take that away from from us. And so, you know what I'm saying? It's like sometimes like stuff happens. You wish it don't happen, but it do. And you just gotta grow. But I mean, like, I support her in everything she do. Like, she killing in the WNBA. I be on social media, you know what I'm saying, clowning the folks that be trying to talk down on her, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm just proud of her. And but nah, yeah, like, you know, stuff happens.
Interesting. I support her. I got her back no matter what. I'll defend her. But we're not friends. So I don't know what went down there. But sometimes that does happen in not just college, but later on in life. But I thought it was a little interesting. 2 years removed from that bonding experience, winning it all. No longer hanging out, no longer talking.
Well, I mean, it's not a news story when it comes to sports. Like, haven't we seen this before where teammates don't necessarily get along, but you have a common goal, especially when you're on the same team at the same time? Like, I guarantee you there are people who are on Draymond Green's team that are not his biggest fan, including the ones that he punched in the face. So I think it's just one of those things where what bothers me about this is that people will make this into a gender thing where they're like, oh, women are so catty. Women can't get along. I don't know if you've heard some of the storylines in men's sports, but this happens all the time. Sometimes personalities just don't mix, and that's fine. You'll see that in everyday life as well. It doesn't mean either person is a bad person. It's just some people are not meant to be your friends, and that's fine.
No, totally. I've talked about this before, but, you know, and you hear this all the time, but it really is true. Like, at some point, you outgrow relationships. Can be a sports relationship, can be a personal relationship, whatever it is. And sometimes you get to the point where, hey, this has been good, but the seasons change and this doesn't benefit you anymore. And so you just kind of move in a different path. And it doesn't mean that you wish ill will towards the person or people you left behind. You're just saying, you know, this isn't for me. I'm going to go elsewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think when it comes to like strong personalities, like those either go in one direction or the other. And it does feel to me like Angel Reese is a very strong personality. So like maybe there are girls that she vibes with, and then there are ones that it's like either love her or you hate her. But like I don't know her personally, so I don't know. But because this has, you know, the headline is attached to Angel Reese, I'm sure people will be talking about it.
Yeah. If Angel's in the headlines, people are going to be, you know, people are going to talk about it and also have plenty of opinions on it. That's for sure. Her, Caitlin Clark, some of the other big names in the WNBA now. And Flau'jae herself going to be a star. She has a lot of endorsement deals. LSU currently 8-1 to win the national title behind South Carolina, your favorites at plus 250, and UConn, the defending champions, at plus 275. Let's stay in the college game, and this has been bandied about. Not necessarily a surprise, but it is worth talking about because the great Lee Corso will make his final appearance on College Game Day in Columbus, Ohio. We were discussing this game a couple days ago because I think I'm going to go. Saturday, August 30th, Texas, Ohio State. Corso has been on this show since its very inception 38 years ago. They started in 1987. And so he's made 430 picks with mascot headgear at a perfect season in 1999. And the first headgear pick he ever made was in 1996, and he chose Ohio State. Put on the old Brutus Buckeye headgear. So everything's going to kind of come full circle. And, of course, he's close with Herbie. Herbie was a quarterback at Ohio State. So this is going to be a really great moment. Coach has been around forever. Everyone loves Lee Corso. And I think we all understand that, you know, it's probably time for his run to end at ESPN. But he deserves all of his flowers because I don't know anyone who has ever said a single thing denouncing the great Lee Corso. Just one of the most lovable people, lovable personalities in sports.
Yeah, he is the figurehead of college football, is he not? When you think of people like who you associate with college football, like there are a few, like the college coaching greats, Nick Saban, you know, maybe you throw in like Urban Meyer back in the day. But like Lee Corso is on that Mount Rushmore. So Jenks, he has to pick Ohio State in this game, right? Like just for the storyline. Like he's not going to pick Texas. So will you be cheering for Lee Corso, even though he's going to be choosing against your school? Are you going to go to College Game Day?
Oh, you know what? I think I am going to go to game day. And man, my friend Sarah, she just keeps like, she's like, I think I can get us passes to get on the set of game day if you want. I was like, we're not on the set, but like there. I was like, for Corso's final appearance, yes. Yes, that would be great. Like, we don't have to. Like, I'm not going to push it, but if you can do that, yeah, that would be awesome. So just even if you're just in the crowd, like to be there, I don't care. I mean, it'd be awesome if he spited everyone and he put on the hook'em headgear. I'd be like, oh my God. But the thing is, he's right there in Columbus. He might get attacked. Ohio State fans, I mean, they're not the best, honestly. But I will say that he deserves his moment where everyone cheers for him. There's no way he's going to go against the grain and pick Texas right there in the middle of Ohio State country next to Herb Street when everyone is waiting for him to put on the headgear one last time. It would be the biggest heel turn if he did. I just can't imagine that. He's going to go with Brutus Buckeye, no question, which is fine.
Yeah, especially because they already have a heel on that show, and it's Pat McAfee. So I think what's going to happen is Lee Corso is going to go with Ohio State, and then Pat McAfee is going to do that thing that he always does, where he talks about, the home team and the home crowd, and then he switches it up at the last minute and says, "Hook 'em horns." I bet he does that. Like, he's good at that. Like, I will say, even if you're not a huge fan of Pat McAfee, like what he does on the broadcast for College Game Day when he does that like heel turn, it's incredible. You can tell that he has a background like following WWE and being on those shows as well.
Yeah, that's definitely his role. Although there's been a lot of debate as to whether he's going to stay on that show, whether he's a fit, but I bet they stay or they keep him on that show. Regardless, I'm excited about Corso. All-time record, by the way, in his picks, 286 and 144, which I thought, I know he's not picking against the number, but these games they generally broadcast are usually big games. Yeah. So to have that sort of record, I think you can go back and say, well, the average spread was, okay, fine, whatever. But generally these are rivalry games, big games where there's a lot at stake. So for him to have a record like that, I think is really impressive.
Yeah, over that long of a stretch of time. Like, to be generally right on games for a almost 4-decade span, there is a lot of knowledge when it comes to college football inside of that dome of his. So hats off to him. Heads off to him, I guess you should say.
And my favorite blooper of all time, where he starts to put on one head and goes, F it. Throws it. Oh, my God. And the guys lose it. I can never get enough of that. So funny. Coming up next on the show, back to basketball with the Thunder and Pacers heading to the Midwest for last night's Game 3 and back at it tomorrow night. We got hour 2 of the Daily Tip next, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Come on back.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
BetMGM Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
And Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
Let's go! Hour 2 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network starts right now. Over the next hour, we'll start with the NBA Finals. After winning last night's Game 3 and taking a 2-1 series lead, the Pacers are still underdogs in the Finals. We break down what the books might be missing in this segment. At 7:20, we go on to our daily baseball bets. And then at 7:40, our summer draft series continues. This week, we are drafting summer barbecue foods. We pick an entree, a side, and a drink. It's already making me hungry, and it's all coming up next on the Daily Tip. So, Jenks, I don't know if you caught what Reggie Miller was wearing last night at the game. So he rocked a Mark Jackson Pacers uniform. He had a hoodie on underneath it, and he had jeans that I understand when you're tall, it's probably really hard to find jeans that are long enough, but they were a little high. Did you see this outfit? I just feel like sometimes you can put together stuff and on paper it might look like it's a good outfit, but I don't know if it's like his body type or what, but like this was weird looking. First of all, I don't think I've ever seen somebody wear a hoodie underneath a basketball jersey. Like, I think I've seen this for football because football is like a cold weather sport and you play outside. So a lot of people go to the games outside.
Yeah.
But like, rate this fit out of 10.
I kind of like it.
Really?
Well, I mean, you're asking. I mean, I don't have a sense of style. Yeah, I kind of dig it. You know, he's got the painted jeans. You know, it's the hoodie under the old school Indiana jersey from back in the day. He's got some fresh sneakers on. I give him a 7.5. I like it.
Oh man. Maybe this is an age discrepancy thing. I don't know what it is. Like, I can't really put my finger on it. Maybe it's the jeans that look like they're from like 2001.
Yeah.
I don't know. Den, jump in here. Like, am I crazy here? Because you're younger than me, I think. Rate this fit out of 10.
Tucked into the jeans.
Oh.
The tucking of the things into the jeans makes it look weird and kind of gangly. Whereas if you had it untucked, it would look normal. It's very normal around here to see hoodies in a basketball jersey. So that's
really?
That's totally,
I didn't notice the tuck in. Okay.
Yeah, it's the tucking into the Wranglers or whatever the jeans are, but tucking into the jeans where you're just like, ugh, like that's not a great look.
Oh, well, that does change it a little bit.
But
I like the fit.
The hoodie combo, and especially 'cause that's one of his former teammates' hoodie or jerseys, so it's not like he's wearing his own jersey. I don't
like
mind
the jersey
hoodie jersey combo, but the jean tucking thing, you gotta be better than that one.
Tuck it in.
That's
tight.
an old guy move, right?
Yeah.
Tucking in things, that's an old guy move. Like, that's an over 50 move.
I mean, it's true. It's absolutely true. So when I walk in next week, shirt tucked in tight, belt cinched, you'll be like, yep, he's crossing the Rainbow Bridge.
Rainbow Bridge. I thought that was only for dogs.
I think it is. I definitely did not use that correctly.
He's going to a farm upstate. That's where he's going. I don't know. I think it's just, you know, like sometimes when it comes to fashion, and again, I'm not a fashion expert, so like, you know, take what I say with a grain of salt, but it's the overall look. Like maybe it's not the single pieces by themselves. It's just the way that you put it together. So I would love to hear somebody who actually knows about fashion, like SGA, who goes to like the Met Gala and goes to like Fashion Week in Paris, what he would have chosen to dress Reggie Miller. And I understand it's probably a challenge for NBA players because they are so long and tall. So I get it. But better luck next time, Reggie Miller. At least his Pacers won. So the Knicks are still reeling from losing to the Pacers. And also they're reeling because nobody wants to accept their open head coaching position. I feel like we should start that song where you've seen the commercials for like the Nova Knicks where it's like that song from the Fast and the Furious and it's all sad and Dante DiVincenzo's in the hallway. Like they should just replace that with Tom Thibodeau and be like, we want you back because nobody wants this position. So here are the running list. Here's the running list of people who have rejected this job. So the Rockets rejected the Knicks' request to interview Ime Udoka. The Timberwolves have rejected the Knicks' request to interview Chris Finch. The Mavericks have declined to let the Knicks interview Jason Kidd. The Hawks said, no, you ain't interviewing Quinn Snyder. And how about the Bulls, who I didn't even realize that like Billy Donovan was doing a quote unquote good job with the Bulls, but they said, no, you cannot interview Billy Donovan for this job. Jenks, should the Knicks be worried?
Yeah. I didn't like it. I didn't like it when they fired Tibbs in the first place. Like I thought it was a bad call. And so now they're kind of getting their comeuppance. This is the classic be careful what you wish for. Like you have a coach who took your team a long way. And by the way, like now we're seeing, I mean, hindsight is always 20/20, but I think that when you look back now, no matter how this finals goes, like the Knicks are going to look back and say, oh yeah, the Pacers were really good. Like they might win it all, you know?
Right.
If they beat the Thunder, you think the Thunder are going to fire their head coach? Like, no, because they're smarter than that. I just think it was a bad move by the Knicks. I thought it was a knee-jerk reaction, which we see all the time in the NBA. And so they're going to end up with someone they probably didn't want because they assumed, hey, we're the Knicks. I mean, it's New York City. Why wouldn't you want to come here? But also, at the same time, if you let Tibbs go in the way that they did, it makes you think, well, the only thing you can do here is win a title with the Knicks. You can take them all the way to the Eastern Conference Finals. That's not going to be good enough. So if I'm going to New York, I have to win it all or I can't go. And that's, I mean, obviously that's the goal in any organization, but they've set the bar so high that not many coaches, I think, want to make that move because of how reactionary Knicks brass has been.
Yeah, you're not going to have job security if it's a team that takes, your team to the Eastern Conference Finals, breaks all these, well, not breaks all these records, but like puts together a great season that you haven't had and a level of success and relevance that the franchise hasn't seen in a while. And they're like, yeah, we're going to fire you. So it's not a job offer that looks tempting to a lot of these guys that would have to, turn down what they already have going to go to this job. So it just doesn't make a lot of sense. And this is a question you should always be asking before you fire your head coach. Like, I don't fancy myself smarter than these front office people, but it feels like a very basic thing. Unless you have a better option in mind that you feel like is gettable, you should not fire your head coach. Because it's not one of those things where you can be single for a while. Oh, we're just going to have a year to ourselves to find ourselves. No, you have to have a head coach. Same goes for quarterbacks. Like, you can't have a team without a quarterback. So, like, people love to complain about quarterbacks. I'm like, oh, this quarterback's so bad. Who else you going to get? I remember Titans fans, myself included. Ryan Tannehill's the worst. Get us somebody, anybody, and he'll be better than Ryan Tannehill. I present to you Will Levis.
It's true.
It can always be worse.
Yes. It's like any relationship, where you're like, you know what? I think I'm done here. I mean, there's a whole world out there, possibilities. And then you get out there, you're like, wait a second. I made a terrible mistake. You've been out here? Have you seen the quarterbacks? Have you seen the other people out here? Oh. This was a terrible mistake. Like, they think about one part, but then they don't think about the other part, which is, okay, I got to get out of this. It's like, okay, that's fine. But just know what you have right now might be exactly what you need, and you're not seeing it that way, and you're being myopic. And I think the Knicks did that.
Yeah, the list of these rejections reminds me of what people say dating after 30 is like.
Oh,
like where it's just like the world, it's cold world out there. It's not good.
No, I did not. I mean, it's all good in theory. I'm a big theory versus practice person. It's all good in theory. It sounds great, right? Like, oh my God, I'm new again. I'm out there in the world and it's going to be awesome. And I have all these possibilities. I'm going to get on these apps. And you're like, oh, this is awful. I had no idea it was like this. I mean, I was out there for a hot second And let me tell you, I was not impressed. I was like, and I wasn't, this is not something that I was necessarily looking forward to, but I had certain expectations like, okay, maybe this will be okay. And I was like, oh my God. If it's bad after 30, imagine it around 50 or late 40s. It's not great. And I have some friends, some amazing people, by the way, a couple people in particular who are, one is my age, another person late 40s, and they're really great people, and they're just like, dude, it sucks out here. Like, it's not great.
Yeah, it's all fun and games till the girl you're on a date with won't stop talking about her Cadillac. Like, that's still my favorite story of yours ever. But
man.
I will say this, all it takes is one, and you found that one. The lovely Catherine is remarkable. And on that note, speaking of remarkable, what the Pacers are doing this postseason is downright incredible. So once again, the Pacers underdogs, and they went outright. Last night, the Pacers 5.5-point home dogs, and they beat the Thunder 116-107 to take a 2-1 series lead in the NBA Finals. And from a betting standpoint, this has been a cash cow for bettors. The Pacers as dogs this postseason improved to 9-4 straight up when getting points in the postseason. If you look at this game as a whole, it feels like the takeaways for me is that this was the perfect brand of Pacers basketball. You come from behind. This is a Pacers team that was trailing going into the fourth quarter, and it was a complete team effort. Benedict Mathurin led the entire team in points with 27 coming off the bench, and the Pacers bench as a whole had 49 points on the night. The Pacers offense continues to be, the predictor of their success. They improved to, I believe, 14-0 now when scoring at least 110 points. So, Jenks, is it time to start panicking if you're the Thunder?
I wouldn't panic because, look, the Thunder are still, at least on paper, you could argue, the best team in the NBA. And the market is often right. Not all the time, but the market is still pricing the Thunder to win this series, which I think is a little nuts. Like, the fact that the Thunder are favored by 6.5 points tomorrow is still crazy to me. But there's no question that if you look at the Thunder, would it stun you if they came back and won Game 4 and then won this series? No. It's not time to panic. But also, they can't afford to go down 3-1. Like, we've seen teams do it before. Famously, LeBron did it with the Cavaliers against the Warriors. But what did we say earlier in the show? That teams that win Game 3 and go up 2-1 in a series win the finals 80.5% of the time. That goes up even more, obviously, if the Pacers win tomorrow night. So it's not impossible for the Thunder, but they really need to get a win, and they have the talent to do it. So I understand why they're not being discounted. At the same time, it's not panic, but it's a little pressure. There's just more of that. There's going to be a little bit more drive in them to make sure they get this win because they just can't afford to fall behind 3-1.
Right. And I think what we've seen from the Thunder is, I think we brought up this stat before Game 2, is that the Thunder have been really good coming off a loss. So I would kind of expect that trend to continue. And we've seen that from the Pacers as well. They've been great coming off a loss. I think they're I have this written down somewhere, but I think they're now 10-0 in the postseason coming off a loss. And obviously that's how you get to the NBA Finals, is that you don't string together a bunch of losses. But I think my biggest takeaway here is I think this series goes 7 games. So, Jenks, there's a bet over at BetMGM where you can predict the total games in the series. Over 6.5 is plus 110. Under 6.5 is minus 130. Do you think this series goes 7 games?
I don't. I think it goes 6. I kind of think the Pacers are going to win this series is kind of what I think. And I might be guilty of recency bias, right? Because they looked great last night. It's less than 24 hours, from that win, and now they're up 2-1. I just kind of feel like the Pacers have that it factor that you can't really quantify, where they're getting this amazing team play from everyone. It's someone different every night. They have a star in Halliburton. They have a star in Siakam that, just kind of goes under the radar. They have all the momentum, and at every level, they've been doubted, but they've beaten all the best teams in the NBA. Beat the Cavaliers, beat the Celtics, knocked out the Knicks. Like, they're playing with the Thunder. They're ahead of the Thunder right now. Like, what more do you need to see? So maybe I'm a little too excitable because this win just happened, but I feel like that Indiana, it is their series to win.
Well, keep in mind that this series can go 7 games and the Pacers can still win. Like, it's a Venn diagram where, I get what you're saying, and maybe you think that the Pacers are going to make quicker work.
Yes.
I just think with the back and forth that we've seen in this series, I think it goes 7 games. I think the Pacers still have an absolute great chance to win the NBA Finals. I just think that we'll see a better effort from the Thunder next game. And I hope it goes 7, because what else are we going to talk about in the summer? Baseball. We'll have our best baseball bets coming up next on the Daily Tip after the break.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
And we're back on a Thursday. It is June 12th here on the show. In a few minutes, we'll get to our favorite baseball plays of the day. And I understand it's not a huge slate, but still some good games thrown on there, or at least, a few that caught my attention, and one that I really like. That, Jenks, I will throw past you and see if you happen to like it and if it'll be a squad play. All right, so we had a fun day at our house yesterday, which I feel like I have very much been in productive mode where I've been trying to get, a lot of stuff done. So it's just been like, go, check off my, checklist, get this thing done, next. So last night, my dad and brother came over and we grilled out some food.
Nice.
And we played family soccer, which my daughter loves soccer. She is 5. So it was me and Blake, my daughter, against my brother, who is 3 years older than me. And he's like 6'4". So he was good at soccer growing up. Like, he's obviously not, on that level anymore. But I was kind of hoping that he would have some feel. Because, my daughter's really competitive and she's also 5. So, she doesn't want to lose. And I'm just thinking in my mind, I'm like, Frankie, do not beat her. Do not beat her. Because I remember very vividly growing up that my brother had no mercy. This is why I hated basketball growing up. What are you doing? Are you
I was
making
pouring
a
some
cocktail?
extra coffee. No, I was pouring some extra coffee. I forgot to bring my Yeti upstairs when I was going to the bathroom. So I was just like, let me put some coffee in this cup and then I'll pour it in my Yeti. So I'm listening. Sorry. I was just working.
I just looked over and I was like, a second cup has entered the chat. I was like, is
no,
he
it's
making
coffee.
A cosmopolitan?
No, I forgot my Yeti. I'm like, well, I still want coffee. I'll just take this paper cup downstairs and I'll dump it in. So that's what I did.
God,
Thanks to
I was
Roger.
like, can I have an order for a mojito? But anyways, back to my story. My brother used to beat me so badly in basketball growing up. He'd play left-handed and he would still beat me soundly. And I was like, here we go. PTSD from my childhood. So we're playing best to 7, or, whoever gets to 7 goals first wins. And we're tied at 6. And so Frankie has this breakaway and I'm like, oh no, here it comes. He's going to score and Blake's going to cry. Which I understand. She needs to learn how to lose, whatever. Just in the moment, I was like, please, God, just let him miss it. Yeah. And he misses it clearly on purpose. And I was like, thank God. Because, he doesn't have kids. And I think sometimes people who don't have kids don't really understand that, sometimes you just need a break. And you're like, I don't want to console my 5-year-old right now. Please just do this one thing for me. It's not a huge deal. So I was proud of him in that moment for having some feel. But he never did that for me growing up, which, obviously that's when he was 10. So maybe it's a little different. But sometimes you underestimate people. And I was very proud of him in that moment.
Well, good. That's good to hear. Sometimes age will soften you a little bit where you're like, okay, maybe I can look at this just a little bit differently now. And I don't have to, score 20 goals here. And I can be a little kinder and a little softer here. So that's good to hear. That sounds like a good evening.
Now I want a mixed drink, Jenks. I feel like we're at the bar and I'm telling you a story. And you'd be like, so do you want extra vodka with that? You're the bartender in this situation and I'm spilling my guts about my life.
It's what bartenders do. They're very adept at that. Imagine if you're a bartender, the number of stories that you hear every day because people come in, they have a drink, they want to talk. That's an underrated skill of being a very good bartender. Is not just I've never been a bartender, but it's one thing I noticed where it's not only do you make a good drink, but you're also you kind of have to play therapist in some ways.
Well, you also have to have some patience because there is nothing worse than being sober and listening to a drunk person tell a story.
It's not great.
It never makes sense. And that's the worst. When you go out and you're the designated driver or something, you're like, oh my God, why did I do this? It's never fun for the sober person. All right. So that's the takeaway of today's story. All right. So let's turn our attention to the daily slate in baseball, see if we can pick some winners. So, Jenks, I know you were looking at this game and maybe you're still trying to find a creative way to play it.
Yeah.
Nationals and Mets squaring off today in New York. Mets big favorites here, minus 235. Washington, if you're interested, is plus 195 on the money line. Total of 8 runs. Mike Soroka goes against Kodai Senga. So Kodai Senga has been good to the show, and he's been good for the Mets. 6-3, 1.59 ERA. So, Jenks, have you landed on a way to play this?
I think I might play the Mets on the run line, I think is what I want to do. At minus 115. I wanted to look at an earned run prop for Kodai Senga, and I think we could see an under as well. Because if you look at Mike Soroka going for the Nationals, he's been much better than his overall numbers indicate. But I think when you've got Senga on the mound, like, can the Nationals muster more than a run or two? Probably not. This feels like a 5-2 Mets win, something like that, where the Mets get a couple late, tagging up the Nationals bullpen. So I think I'm going to play their Mets on the run line. I don't like necessarily betting against the Nats, but Senga is just such a stalwart. He's made 12 starts this season and allowed more than 2 earned runs once in 12 starts. That is pretty crazy. So, let's go Mets run line minus 115. That's a palatable price.
Yeah, he's been the definition of consistent this year for the Mets. And, like, those are the pitchers you want to trust, where you have a dependable effort each and every start. So the earned runs, obviously 1.5 is pretty low. Like, it wouldn't shock me if he has a great start here. But let me ask you this. Since it is a home team, and I'm not a huge favorite or a huge fan of taking favorites at home on the run line. Obviously, you don't play the 9th inning. Would you consider the first 5 run line? It's minus 145 for minus a half.
Well, I did this yesterday with the Rockies. Didn't work out. I think ultimately you have to take I think when you're dealing with a terrible bullpen like the Rockies have, that you have to take that into consideration, because the Giants were behind early and they just smashed the Rockies bullpen. I'm going to fade the Rockies again today just out of spite. But I think the Washington bullpen definitely has some holes in it. It's not as bad as we've seen in recent years, but it certainly leaves a lot to be desired. So I feel like late in the game, I understand certainly why you try to shy away from a team, playing at home, because they potentially don't need or don't get that extra at bat. But the way I look at it is, look, if this game goes the way I think it's going to go, they're not going to need it. So I'm going to stick full game run line. But I don't mind the first 5 either, because Senga is so very good.
Well, also, you could probably make a good case that the bullpen for the Mets is exponentially better than the Nationals. Like,
Right.
So if you're saying, like, the reason that the Nationals could be in this game is maybe because Soroka, obviously that's when you would take the full game run line. Just kind of bringing it up, because here is a game where I really like the first 5 run line, and I feel like you'll understand what I'm saying here. Tariq Skubal going for the Tigers today, 6-2, 216, one of the premier pitchers in all of baseball. And Jenks, you know that I love to fade the Orioles this year. Yesterday it didn't come home in my favor, but the pitching matchup today is way more skewed. So you've got a Cy Young contender on one side with the Tigers, who have one of the best offenses in baseball. Then you have Dean Kramer, who goes for the Orioles, who have a losing record at home, a losing record as favorites, and a losing record overall. And Dean Kramer's 5-6 with a 4.98 ERA. So you can get a first 5 run line in this one for minus 145. If you want to take the Tigers on the full game money line, it's minus 185, a total of 8 runs. Jenks, first 5 run line. Is it a yes or a no for you?
Oh, I'll put it on the card. Don't follow me this week. This is a lost week for me. Just stay away from me. I'm going to do it. Because not only do you get Kramer, who's just been on the struggle bus all year, and not only do you get Skubal, like, matchup-wise, this is a nightmare for Baltimore. Like, you've got arguably the best pitcher in baseball on the mound for Detroit, and then he's a lefty, and the Orioles, which we've talked about for much of the year, they just do not hit lefties. They're dead last in slugging. They're dead last in OPS. They just don't. It's been a major weakness for them. They just don't have anyone that can hit left-handers, and you've got Skubal on the mound. Yeah, I'll lay the juice there.
Yeah, I think this is the biggest pitching mismatch of the day. So if you have that theory, that's when you take the first 5 run line. So I will be playing that one. All right, let's go back to the Rangers and the Twins. Have we decided what we're doing with Patrick Corbin these days? Because for a while it was Happy Fade Patrick Corbin Day. And then he strung together some, like, decent starts. And the Rangers have been, like, somewhat better, but Big underdogs in this one. So they're on the road at the Twins today. Minnesota minus 170 behind Bailey Ober, who's 4-2 with a 3.78 ERA. Texas plus 140. Total of 8.5 runs. I think maybe there's something in that total where if you believe in Patrick Corbin, maybe you go under, but I don't know. I think these are the worst type of pitchers to bet on when, they're so back and forth. You honestly want a pitcher to be really good or really bad just because it feels more dependable. So, Jenks, do you find yourself looking at these games when Patrick Corbin is involved?
I do, but just not as much as I used to. He used to be just a guy you could fade outright. He'll give up some runs. Like, that's the thing. He'll give up one or two, but he's been so much better as a Ranger than he was as a National, at least thus far. I think the fear is, or the thought is, at some point, he'll fall apart. Like, at some point, he'll become that guy that he was. But you know what? We haven't seen it. We've had enough of a sample size now where I feel like the idea, he's going to fall apart, like, it hasn't happened. So maybe he found something in the offseason. Maybe he just needed a change of scenery. I'm not saying he's some sort of remarkable pitcher now, but he's markedly better than he was here in D.C. So I wouldn't necessarily fade Patrick Corbin based on what we saw a year or two ago because we really haven't seen it this year.
Yeah, and I think that if you're looking at both of these teams, outside of the starting pitchers, you say both these teams are very much leaning towards the under. Like we've talked about this trend for the Rangers, one of the hottest trends, teams to the under so far this season, 45, 21, and 1 to the under this season. And the Twins, not as scorching of a mark, but still an under team, 35, 26, and 4. So I think a lot of it kind of hinges on like how much you believe in these starting pitchers. Because I don't think either of these guys are going to go like 6 shutout.
Right.
But maybe a game I'm just not going to bet on. So we'll leave that one on the drawing board. All right, Jenks, so you're fading the Rockies today, and I totally see why. Number one, the Rockies are just downright bad. And Antonio Senzatella, I think, is number one on the list of Rocky starters that I would be fading. He is 1-10 this year. I repeat, he is 1-10 with a 6.68 ERA. I think the knock on the Giants has been, it hasn't been a great run scoring offense, but like if there's a day to fade the Rockies, it's when Senzatella is pitching.
I agree. And I mean, God, all my bets are so juicy today. Good Lord. You can get the Giants on the run line -1.5, not minus. If you want -2.5, then you can get a little plus money there. But the Giants on the 1.5 run line is -149. I mean, Senzatella, you're right. 1-10 overall. When he is on the mound in his last 8 starts, the Rockies have lost all 8 of those games, 7 by at least 2 runs or more. So when he's throwing the rubber, they don't produce runs or he's giving up runs, and that's a trend I can't ignore, especially when you're talking about a team as putrid as Colorado. They had it early yesterday until they didn't. They got rocked for like 7 runs in the last 2 innings of that game, so their bullpen's going to be shot anyway. Yeah, let's fade him again.
Yeah, and it looks like you can get a better price. Our graphic says -144. I'm saying -150 at MGM. So, like, that's still a palatable price if you're interested in the Giants on the normal run line. Because I will say this, the Rockies have been covering that 2.5 in some of these games. So I know it's the Rockies, but the 2.5 has been a little trickier than I think people have expected. Okay, next up, Jenks, is there a certain game you want me to go to? Anything that I haven't covered that you think we should mention?
The only other game that I'm looking at is, I think I'm going to go, this is going to be for fun. So this isn't the most hardcore handicap I've ever done, but I like the
hardcore handicap.
Hardcore handicap. Hey, what's up, guys? It's Jenks here with another hardcore handicap, man. When I go into the numbers, I go all the way in the paint, and I'm slam dunking a couple winners, just like I did yesterday on this show when I went 1-3.
Pure HGH, creatine.
The only that's guaranteed to boost your testosterone level, and if you have low T levels, you come to the right place.
That should be a bit now, obviously.
Maybe we could do that, I can, I'll do some lat work, and then I'll come in here and give some sort of, like, jacked up bet. Everyone who cashes with me gets a free bottle of my new low-T vitamins, guaranteed to get you a winner and get you jacked for the next day. Let's keep pumping them out.
It's time to get hard. It's like, what?
Yes. Let's get hard and get a winner. That's 2 wins in my book. Boom, another hardcore handicap right here on the Daily Tip. And yeah, the tip's intentional. All right.
I'm going to have to compose myself.
That's all
was
right.
there a game you wanted to talk about? I'm sorry.
Well, unfortunately, I think we've run out of time. I do like the first 5 under in the Cards and Brewers.
All right. Well, during the break, hopefully we don't get any phone calls from HR, but we'll be back. And our summer draft series continues. Coming up after the break, we do our summer barbecue foods, our best next. Coming up next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Rise and shine, people. It's time for more of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. It's Thursday, which means our summer draft series continues. Today, we are doing summer barbecue foods and drinks. So what we're going to do is we're each going to get an entree, a side, a dessert, and a drink, and we'll see who has created the best super team of barbecue foods. All right, Jenk. So this weekend is Father's Day. And so my husband is a dad, and he normally has baseball tournaments. And he told me, he was like, yeah, I asked off for Sunday. I'm just not going to go to the game. We have another coach. He's going to go and cover, the team on that Sunday of the tournament. I was like, oh, because it's Father's Day? He was like, no, because I want to watch the U.S. Open. I was like, what? It's the worst. And I was like, all right, well, we're going to do something for Father's Day for you, because obviously you're a great dad to our little girl. What do you want us to get you for Father's Day? Nothing. Okay, well, we're going to get you something. What's something you maybe want/need? Socks. I'm like, so I don't know what to do. Like, obviously I'm going to get him something different, but isn't this like the most dad answer? Like, I remember growing up, we would get my dad socks and underwear for like Christmas and for Father's Day. I don't know if it's just like a dad mentality, but like, I feel like socks and underwear and like maybe a nice t-shirt are like really popular gifts for Father's Day.
They are. Dads, I mean, I think a lot of people get to the point. It's like being a kid. I don't know if you were this way, but I remember being a kid and being like, man, why is it my parents really don't want anything? I'm always going to want stuff for Christmas. I'm always going to want gifts. I'm never going to get to the point where I don't want a lot of gifts under the tree. And then you get older, I'm like, I really don't need that much. Like, if you ask me, like, Catherine will do this, like, what do you want for your birthday or for our anniversary? I'm like, honey, I don't care. Like, I don't need anything. Like,
yeah.
And I mean it. I guess if I really, really, really thought about it, maybe I can come up with something. But off the top of my head, I have no idea. I mean, a nice shirt or something. I don't know. And so I feel like a lot of dads are like that, where it's just, I don't, which is a good place to be, right? Like, I got what I need. I don't need anything. I'm happy. Got my family here. I'm watching some golf. So I wish I had some advice, but that's a very good place to be in. And maybe he does need some socks.
Yeah. Well, I think it's when you make your own money, like if you need something, you'll buy it for yourself. Like that's the difference between us and like kids, is that like they can't drive to the store and get something because they want it. Like if I want a treat, I will go today to Starbucks and spend $6 on a coffee if I really want to. So I think a little of that goes into it as well. But like socks, low key, having a nice pair of socks, like that's one of those adult pleasures that it sounds X-rated, but you get what I'm saying. Is that like socks are nice. Like when you put on a fresh pair of socks that like is the exact right length, because now there's all this discourse about like millennials are stupid for wearing ankle socks. You're like, what? Like, I don't want to wear crew socks. I don't look like my grandpa. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But a nice pair of socks goes a long way.
I don't really have them now, but my mom a couple years ago got me some slippers. And I was like, but you know what? I got to say, I never really had it, because normally I'll just throw on some socks or whatever. And I was like, oh, these are super comfortable, especially in the winter. It gets cold around the house. Slide those bad boys on. And then I returned the favor. I got my mom a couple years ago. I was like, I'm going to get my mom some nice slippers, like some Bombas or something like that. And she loved them. She's like, these are great. I wear them all the time. Like, what's the name of these? I'm going to get more. And so it ended up being a good gift. That's a low-key good gift, especially when it gets cold and you just slide your feet in. Way to go.
I think that is the best gift you can give like adults who make their own money. Something that they would not buy for themselves.
Yes.
But they would definitely enjoy, and it's something they'll use every day. Like pajamas, like a nice set of pajamas, socks, slippies, something that you could use around the house, just make you feel a little bit cozier. So I think that's a great gift and a great gift idea. Look at us. Father's Day gift ideas, just throwing them out. All right, so as I mentioned, it's time for another installment of our summer draft series here on the Daily Tip.
Welcome to the 2025 Daily Tip Draft.
All right. So this week, I get the pleasure and the joy of having the number 1 overall pick in our summer barbecue food selection. So what we're going to do is we're each going to fill out our roster in no particular order. We're going to go entree, side, dessert, and drink. But for me, with the number 1 overall pick, I feel like it's an obvious selection. It's something so good that you don't really need anything else. So the pick is in. With the number 1 overall pick in the summer barbecue draft, I am going with a cheeseburger. Again, I feel like you could have 1 cheeseburger at a barbecue, and that would be good enough for me. This is the staple. This is the number 1 pick, and an obvious one. So cheeseburger off the board for me as my number 1 pick. All right, so I'm not sure who's going first of the producer boys, the quad Ds, Den, Double D. Who's next?
I'm picking on behalf of the production crew. It's a great pick, Chelsea. We kind of had a feeling that cheeseburger's going off number 1, so we knew that one wouldn't be available. Thankfully, our board still looks good. So with that said, the pick is in. With the number 2 overall pick, we are taking the Glizzy Gobblers, hot dogs, going off the board at number 2.
Oh, I knew that was coming. That's a good one, though. Can't deny it.
I hate when people call it glizzy. Yuck. Hot dog. Give it his American name, a hot dog.
Right now, it's glizzy.
I know, glizzy is as American as it gets.
It's an excellent call. That's an excellent call. Going with the glizzy.
All right,
well,
James.
I'm
You
glad
next,
because
brother.
my number 1 pick fell to me here, so the pick is in. My top pick for summer barbecue, actual barbecue. Are you kidding me? Ribs, pork, brisket, sausage. I'm from Texas. I'm a barbecue guy. I will eat barbecue any day of the week, any time of day. Barbecue goes number 1.
Man, you get all of those? Like, I thought you were going to say, like, just barbecue sandwiches. So do I get all of the ground beef?
Yeah, you get all the burgers.
Do I?
Yeah, you get all the burgers, and we get all the glizzies.
All right.
All right, Jenks, you're back at it.
Okay.
Jenks, you're back.
Okay, time for a side. The pick is in. I'm putting this plate together, so I'm going mac and cheese is where I'm going. And I got my barbecue, got my mac and cheese. Man, oh, it's coming together. I'm ready for this get-together already.
Yum. All right, David, you're next. Give us a pick.
I hate you so much right now, Jenks. that was mine. So bad. Okay. The pick is in. Let's go with another American staple, even though I find it disgusting, but it is up there on everyone's list. Let's go potato salad for our side.
Okay.
Potato salad. All right, my picks are still good. All right, I've got my next pick for my side. All right, for my side, I am going with something that is delicious and also user-friendly. Because when you're at a barbecue, I don't want to be having to use a fork. No, I'm going to take chips. All kinds of chips as my side, whether it's barbecue chips, whether it's Sun Chips, whether it's Fritos, whether it's Tostitos. All of the chips, give me them. That's going to be my side.
Fritos in the summer is a great bowl.
Oh, that's a
I
good
love
call.
Fritos in the summer.
Yeah, it's a good call. Good call.
All right, so is it
You
my turn again?
Yeah. This is the luxury of having the number 1 overall pick.
Ooh, okay. So the pick is in. All right, so I'm going to go drink next because I think that's more important to me than a dessert. So this is a repeating theme. I'm going to go with beer. Who doesn't want an ice cold beer at a barbecue? How many times do I have to say this? So rounding out my menu of at least my first course, I'm going to go with ice cold beer. All right, producer boys, you are next in the fold. Give us a pick.
Double D is you. Go for it. I'll finish it up.
Oh, okay. Well, then we're going dessert here. Pick is in. I'm going death by chocolate. Chocolate pudding, chocolate cake, whipped cream, all together, delicious.
Give me some chocolate pudding. Is that an actual dessert, like death by chocolate?
Yes.
Or are you just
Yes.
saying all of the chocolates?
No, it's legitimately called death by chocolate. It is probably it's probably top 2 of my favorite desserts of all time.
Okay.
Well, now I have to ask what number 1 is. What's number 1?
It's a cake here in Chicago from Portillo's called the Eclair cake. It is scrumdiddlyumptious.
Well, these are very specific.
That sounds good. All right. Get Mitch to send us one of those. All right, Jenks, give us a
Final
pick.
2.
Oh, I'm ready. Pick is in. Trying to pair all of this together in a perfect way. Dessert, peach cobbler. Perfect with barbecue. I'm going Southern barbecue meal. Let's get it.
He's a Southern man and he's Jenks
Yeah.
tough. You drove your Dodge Ram to this barbecue.
Yeah.
All right. Jenks, is it your turn
You
again?
get your drink, yeah.
You know what? I'm going to go again. I love it. The pick's in. The pick is in. Normally, I like a good cocktail, but it is the summertime. This is a Southern meal. Let's go lemonade.
Ooh, no alcohol or vodka lemonade? All right, we're running out of time, I suppose. Denton and Double D, you got a drink for us?
Yeah, we got one more drink, so our final pick is in. This will be a running theme on this show, as you guys will soon pick up. Your boy loves seltzers during the summer, so I'm taking all the seltzies. Give me the White Claws, give me the Trulies, you name it. I want a seltzer.
Yeah.
Ooh, he's a seltzy boy. I
He's a
imagine
seltzy
you with the
boy.
can and your pinkies up while you're drinking it.
Pinky out.
And then
Unblock
finally, to round out our draft, for my dessert, I'm going to go with popsicles. Who doesn't want a popsicle in the summer? And you can just have it on a stick. It's the best. All right, that's our summer barbecue draft series. Up next, we recap what we saw in the NBA last night, and the Pacers continue to be underdogs. What are the books doing? Next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Network. It's time for The Daily Tip
This is like Disneyland for adults.
If I wanted to have fun, I was going to go to Disneyland with my kids.
with Michael Jenkins.
Honestly, you could talk me into just about anything. Like, you want to do shots? All right, let's do shots. You want to put together a 10-leg teaser? Sure, let's put some money on it. In fact, I do a parlay with Champions League soccer and the WNBA.
And Chelsea Messenger.
Let's try to beat the rest of the network at being degenerates, because maybe, just maybe, we can win in that regard.
I do like the idea of a parlay.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Presented by BetMGM. The sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
If anyone can be a degenerate, it can be us.
It is hour 3 of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up in our final hour, we will recap last night's Game 3 between the Pacers and the Thunder in Indianapolis. Yes, sirs. That's what they say in Indy. We'll also maybe talk some stick and buck. Got a Stanley Cup final tonight with the Panthers and the Oilers getting back at it in 20 minutes. Golf is underway at Oakmont, so we got to talk U.S. Open with Doug Bell, host on PGA Tour Radio and ESPN as well. Then it's our favorite bets on this Thursday, starting at 8:40. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Denton's here. Dylan's here. Double D's here as well. And welcome to our audience on Stadium as we stream our final hour. You can stream our final 60 minutes on BallySportsLive.com and the Bally Sports Live app. Yesterday I was saying how we were sort of dying, myself and the lovely Catherine, to get away this weekend. And I kind of threw it out to her, like, you just want to get out of here. Like, the city's just crazy right now. And she was like, yeah, let's go. And we actually did it. You know, a lot of times you say you're going to do something, you talk about it, you don't do it. But we decided yesterday we're going to Annapolis for the weekend. She's getting off early on Friday. I'm obviously off early because of this show. So we found a great deal, and we're just going to go. We'll be there in like 45, 50 minutes. We're going to stay near the water, made a couple reservations, and just get away. So I'm super. It's like not a vacation, but just kind of a mini getaway, which is sometimes all you need for a little recharge. So we're going to do it. I was happy that we, instead of just, kind of going back and forth with it, decided, let's sit down, let's figure it out. And we did.
Okay, so since I was a little confused on the geographical location of Annapolis, tell me why you go to Annapolis. Like, what is the thing that you do? Like, I'm going to guess that there's, like, good seafood, you sit on the water, you have a few cocktails. Like, what's the itinerary, or what are the things to do when you go to Annapolis?
That's essentially it. I mean, you can go out on the water. Nice. I mean, it's right there on the Chesapeake, so it's beautiful. It's easily accessible. There's a ton of great seafood, as you might imagine. And we've gone out on they'll take you out on a little cruise on the water. We've done it a few times where, I guess the weather will be fine for it this weekend, probably. I think they're doing, it's freaking June. I forget already. Where you can hop on a small yacht, and they limit it to just they don't make it a ton of people. And they just take you out, and they take you around. They'll show you the Naval Academy, which is right there on the water, of course, and then kind of out into the Chesapeake, and then you get a couple of free drinks. And because they limit it to not too many people, you have like space to kind of walk around and just enjoy the sights, take pictures, just take it all in. So it's just when you live in the city in D.C., it's easy to forget, even though we're right here on the Potomac and the Anacostia, it's easy to forget that water is so easily accessible, especially the Chesapeake. So you can quite literally be in Annapolis in 45 minutes. So when you live in the heart of the city, it's a nice little getaway where you feel like you're on vacation and you're actually not far from home.
Yeah, I was going to ask, do you ever do stuff on the water in DC? Because like I feel like that's one of the things that I notice when I touch down. Like even like the airport is close to like a lot of bodies of water. But again, like I don't know if you go on boats. Like I didn't see that many. Like, do you ever go on boats? Is that like a thing in DC? Oh,
you certainly can. No question about it. I don't go on a ton of boats. I mean, I have been on the Potomac, but you'll see people boating all summer long out there. You can go to the Georgetown waterfront, which is a popular spot. You don't necessarily have to get on a boat, but you can go down there, hop on a boat, or just be on the water down there as well, which, I mean, that gets kind of packed. I like Annapolis just because it's more chill than DC, because DC in the summertime near the water, of course, everybody wants to be near the water, so you kind of have to get in where you fit in. But in Annapolis, it's a lot easier. It's just a slower pace, so it's easier to find your spot and just chill. And we're really lucky because a guy who used to be a bartender here in D.C., and years ago, The owners of our favorite bar in D.C., they own a couple bars here in D.C., they also own a restaurant in Annapolis, and they started this restaurant, probably, 2 or 3 years ago. And a guy who was one of their bartenders, good friend of ours, wanted to be a chef. And they took a chance on him. He had never done it before. And they took a chance on him and said, you know what? We're going to let you open this restaurant. We're going to let you be the chef. And because he made them some dishes. I mean, this guy had tattoos of like vegetables on his arms, like really cool. But he loves food. He's always had a passion for food. And now he's successfully started this restaurant, or helped start this restaurant in Annapolis, which has gotten rave reviews and been open for a couple years now. So we're going to go see him as well and have dinner reservations and then check out his new menu. So it's gonna be a nice little weekend.
So they're going to let him cook,
Yeah.
literally speaking. I feel like normally we don't use that phrase anymore for the actual definition.
Right.
It's always Russell Wilson or somebody. But yeah, they're going to let him cook.
Yeah, actually going to let no. We're going to let him cook. He's in the kitchen. He is a chef. We will let him cook. Where will Kevin Durant cook next year, Chelsea? That's a question. Because according to ESPN, Kevin Durant and his agent are working with the Suns on a trade. So KD is reportedly open to going to San Antonio, Minneapolis, Miami, maybe to the Knicks or the Rockets. Right now, he's on a contract worth more than $54 million, and he turns 37 in September. But I do think that, first of all, it's very KD to kind of want out of this. I feel like he sort of, after a few years, kind of gets done with the particular team or the setting he's in and wants to go elsewhere. But this is a guy who, even at his age, I mean, he's not his younger self, but you talk about efficient. This is still the best mid-range shooter in the NBA. And the percentages bear that out. That's not just me saying that as an opinion. Like, the numbers tell you, if you want a shot from inside the perimeter or at the elbow, KD is better than anyone in the NBA still. So if he finds the right fit, this is going to be a great addition. But I always feel like KD is sort of a finicky fit as well. He doesn't necessarily, his skill set doesn't work for everyone.
Well, that's going to be like his legacy too, is that he's ring chasing because he moves locations all the time. And listen, like, are we really going to fault somebody for wanting to win a championship? Like,
Right.
Isn't that the goal, or like what your goal should be, as opposed to chasing individual accomplishments? But you're right. He's still somebody who obviously would make a huge addition to any roster. But like, sometimes it's just like the chemistry and like what teams are available. The fact that the Spurs are an option is obviously really interesting, because it's always fun when you have somebody who is a seasoned veteran that goes to like a young and up and coming team, to where maybe this is not like a perfect example, but like the point I'm making is like a veteran goes to a young team and he elevates those youngsters. We see it with Pascal Siakam and the Pacers, where he's the guy with championship experience, but the rest of the guys are super talented, but they're young and they kind of need that veteran presence. So maybe Kevin Durant could bring that to the Spurs. We know Victor Wembanyama, obviously, the potential is the ceiling or past it because he's so damn tall. Also would be like the skinniest team in the NBA if you look at the ankles of Wemby and KD. My goodness. So I think that's the favorite probably for a reason. And I think from an interest standpoint, Jenks, where do you think the most interesting location would be? Because obviously he makes the Spurs an instant, at least interesting contender. But there are some teams that are better, like the Rockets this year were pretty decent in the Western Conference. The Knicks, of course, have a good squad. I don't know if they necessarily I don't know. I think that would be a weird fit maybe, but correct me if I'm wrong. Like, what are some of the most interesting teams in your opinion?
I do think the Spurs are super interesting. I wish Pop were still head coach. I know he's going to be the guy running things from behind the scenes. It would be awesome to see he and KD work together, because Pop is as good as we've ever seen in the NBA. But, of course, KD went to Texas, so San Antonio's 60-minute drive from Austin. He's always in Austin, so he's certainly comfortable down there. And then you pair him with Castle and Wemby. It's a very intriguing Spurs, I think, a couple years ago, wouldn't have even been on this list, wouldn't consider them at all, but things have changed so rapidly with San Antonio because of how they've drafted. All of a sudden, KD, I think, is a very, is making maybe, potentially, a smart move by going to San Antonio. It's very intriguing. And they're the favorites, by the way. If you search around, not currently at BetMGM, but if you're looking at the odds, the Spurs are currently the favorites at -160. Rockets are 6-1. Knicks are 8-1. But it's a very intriguing fit. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes me not as sad for the NBA Finals to end because unlike other sports, the NBA offseason is a season all in itself where we have so many bombshells and so many superstars switching teams that at least we have something to look forward to after the games conclude this season.
No question about it. We want to get to the NBA Finals from last night, but quick update from the U.S. Open underway at Oakmont. Currently, J.J. Spahn and Ludwig Åberg tied for the lead at 2 under. And just scrolling down to look at some of the guys on the course, Xander Schauffele, even par. I'm seeing Rory McIlroy also tied for 4th at even, and then Bryson DeChambeau tied for 18th at +1. And we're going to talk more U.S. Open coming up in about 10 minutes with Doug Bell from PGA Tour Radio. Let's get to last night in Indiana where the Pacers beat the Thunder 116-107. The Pacers getting 5.5. They're +180 on the money line. Total set at 228 and a hook. Benedict Mathurin coming off the bench to drop 27.
Mathurin inside, left-handed, off the glass. The Mathurin magic here in Game 3.
Man, Mathurin coming up huge, 9 of 12 shooting from the field, call courtesy of ESPN. Pacers with plenty of help from their bench and T.J. McConnell.
Nembhard got it. Second opportunities. McConnell on the steal, and he bats it home. He's done it again.
He was unbelievable. 10 points, 5 assists, 5 steals off the bench. In the history of those stats being recorded, we've never seen anyone do that in an NBA Finals game. That's how huge he was. And, of course, how about Hallie?
Nembhard back to Turner. Halliburton looking for some room. Step back 3. It's good. Tyrese Halliburton with a 3-pointer, and the Pacers back up by 3.
He drops 22 points along with 11 assists and 9 boards. Pascal Siakam with 21. The Pacers now in charge of this series, 2-1. They are now 10-0 in games after a loss since the middle of March, and they played exactly the kind of game they wanted to last night, Chelsea, with Hallie showing out and then getting a ton of bench help as well. Their bench outscored the Thunder bench 49-18.
Yeah, absolutely. This was a signature Pacers game where they proved their resiliency by, they were trailing going into the fourth quarter. Didn't matter. We've seen this storyline before. The Pacers hang around and they're never rattled. And again, their bench comes through. It feels like they're doing all the things that the Thunder do, but better, which is crazy because a lot of people said the Pacers are like the Walmart brand of the Thunder where they're deep, they can score a ton of points, but maybe their defense isn't quite as tight. But we've seen this. When the Pacers offense can get going, the sky's the limit. They're now, I think, 13 or 14-0 when scoring 110 points, at least in the postseason. So this has been a team that people continue to count out. And once again, they have a 2-1 series lead, and the numbers show historically that whoever takes a 2-1 series lead wins the finals 80% of the time. But the books are still like, nah, Pacers 2-1. We still think the Thunder are the commanding favorites in this series, which is wild.
That's crazy to me. Thunder laying 6.5 tomorrow night. The series price, Thunder -250, Pacers 2-1. Like, what happens if the Pacers win on Friday? Will they finally go to minus money to be the series winner? They have to. Would you guess? What do you think if the Pacers win on Friday, what would the series price be? Do you hate this question? Because I'm terrible at setting numbers.
I bet it would be a pick'em. That's
You think?
my prediction.
Really?
I think it'd be -110 each way.
Oh, wow. I think it'd go Pacers like -350 or something. I think it'd be a massive swing because it's so hard to come back from a 3-1 deficit. But I could be wrong.
You're right. I think I'm going to split the difference. So
Okay.
I'm going to go Pacers -200.
Okay. I think that's fair. I think we'd see a match just because being down 3-1 historically, even for the best teams, is so difficult to do. But that's where we are. The market still believes in Oklahoma City. Again, laying 6.5 on Friday night. This is just crazy to me. I mean, I will say this, and this is what we saw in Game 2. The one thing the Thunder do very well is that just like the Pacers recovered last night, the Thunder generally respond in a big way.
Oh, absolutely. So I think what me and you were kind of going back and forth on is I tend to think that we get 7 games in this series. I think you're leaning towards, the Pacers taking care of business a little bit earlier. But if you want to bet on this, 7 games is plus 110. So if you think we continue to see a great NBA Finals and a very back and forth affair, because both these teams have been great coming off losses, if you think it goes the distance, you can get plus money on that, or you can get plus money on the Pacers as well. 2 great options.
Yeah, I think my thought is if you like the Pacers, I would bet it in 6. But if you like the Thunder, then I would go 7. That's just kind of my thought process there because the Thunder are so good in Oklahoma City, but who knows in this series. Coming up next on the show, we are headed to the course where the best golfers in the world are getting ready to tee it up at Oakmont. We'll chat with Doug Bell from PGA Tour Radio next.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM network.
Welcome back to the show on a Thursday, U.S. Open weekend. Great to have you with us. Players are already on the course, but before the first round is completely underway, we will preview everything from Oakmont with Doug Bell from PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports headquarters as well in just moments. Right now, quick check of the scoreboard. J.J. Spahn continues to lead the way at 2 under. Adam Scott, Ludwig Oberg, Roy McIlroy has knocked in a birdie. So he's -1 with those guys, along with Matt Fitzpatrick. And then going down the leaderboard here, Xander Schauffele, Bryson DeChambeau sitting at even par, along with Phil Mickelson at 1 over. How much golf are you going to watch this weekend, Chelsea? I feel like that your televisions are all going to be on the U.S. Open, and they will not change until late Sunday night.
Oh, yes. And it's not because I want to watch these things. It's because my husband keeps the TV on golf stuff 24/7. In fact, earlier this week, we watched a 1-hour DFS breakdown of the U.S. Open. So not storylines, but simply, analytical fantasy breakdowns of each player. So we are fully locked and loaded and ready to go for the U.S. Open.
Do you get excited? I feel like, but you're a golf person too. I know your husband loves golf, and I get it. I'm going to be watching this as soon as I get home. This is definitely going on the TV for sure. But I feel like you're a pretty big golf person yourself.
Well, I definitely like the majors. Like my husband will watch like the U.S. like women's amateur. He'll watch, college golf. So that's what I mean. He is just on a different level of me to where I am. I'll watch the PGA Tour. I don't really care to watch the Live Tour, but we watch that too on the CW or whatever. So it's just, he likes golf. I like golf, but he definitely is on a different level.
I totally understand. I mean, he does love his golf. A lot of people out there are golf crazy, and I totally get it. And this is one of those courses, one of those events, clearly, that if you're a golf fan, you're just locked into all weekend long. So let's talk about that with Doug Bell. He is a host on PGA Tour Radio and CBS Sports HQ as well. Doug, good morning to you. And I'll start with one of the obvious questions, but here we have Scottie Scheffler, certainly the favorite to win this event. He's won 3 out of his last 4 tournaments, including that victory at the PGA. Can you put into context what we've been seeing from Scottie historically?
Well, Michael and Chelsea, good morning. And let me just tell you, before I tell you about Scottie, my shoes are already wet because the dew out here at Oakmont is unbelievable because we have to walk in this rough. It's like 6 inches, but listen, I don't care about that. I'm glad to be here. Anyway, to answer your question, Scottie Scheffler, #1 player in the world, a wide gap between Scottie and Rory, who's world #2, and we haven't seen a gap like this, guys, since a player named Eldrick Woods, and that's Tiger, by the way, maybe like 15, 20 years ago. And if you compare all the guys in the field right now who at one time in their careers were #1 in the world rankings, and Scottie has been there now 150-plus weeks in a row. When you compare their statistics overall, driving, iron play, short game putting, etc., they simply don't compare to what Scottie is doing now statistically. So, guys, it's crazy how good he is. Obviously, if you gamble, it's somewhat boring because every tournament he plays in, especially the majors, he is the prohibitive favorite. But there's a reason for that because nobody is even close to him when it comes to tackling these incredible golf courses. And listen, I think he's the guy that's going to win again this week. And I know that's boring when you're trying to pick, but there's just a huge gap, guys, between Scottie and everybody else.
Well, and he's also so consistent. Like, his floor is so high. And I think that is a good characteristic when you're playing such a tough golf course where, it's like, how do you rebound off of, a tough shot? How do you play in the rough? And how do you, avoid bogeys as opposed to like shooting low? Because we know this is going to be a really tough challenge. When you have these challenging courses and you add in the fact that obviously it's a major, do you think it's one of these big names that win it? Like, I know you've already said you like Scottie Scheffler, but if it's not Scottie, is it going to be another big name?
Well, Chelsea, first off, you mentioned those stats. #1 for the last 3 years in bounce-back birdies is Scottie Scheffler. Whenever he has a bogey, nobody bounces back better or more frequently than Scotty. So keep that in mind. Listen, 156 players at the U.S. Open. It is incredible to qualify. I tried 12 times, guys, could never make it. It was always a dream of mine. It's just hard to get there. So kudos to all these guys who made it. And the first guy, Matthew Vogt, the dentist from nearby Pittsburgh, first guy to hit a tee shot this morning, so good for him. He won't make the cut. That's the thing. You have 156 guys. Legitimately, how many can actually walk away as the winner of the U.S. Open? And I was going down it, guys, the last few days. I counted maybe 17 guys I thought had a legitimate chance. You say, well, what does that mean? I watch these guys and walk with them all the time. Who is good enough in all categories to win a U.S. Open? Because you can't be weak in any area. You can't go in going, well, my short game's okay. My bunker play is, it could be better. No, you got to be good all 4 days. And really, coming in, you have to be good in all areas. That's why a guy like Rory, who can't find a fairway, even though he's gotten off to a nice start, missed a birdie on his first hole today, number 10. Then I saw him birdie 11 before I ran inside to get with you guys. But he's not driving the ball well. So Rory is not one of my guys in those top 17 that I think can walk away a win. So, listen, to pick a winner, 17 guys out of 156, so maybe it's not that hard to pick a winner. Although I will say, when I was here, when Angel Cabrera won, DJ and Angel were the last two winners at Oakmont, and Angel was 100-1 at the time, guys. Nobody had him even remotely on the radar. I just believe now in 2025 there isn't going to be an Angel Cabrera. I don't think there's a guy 101 out there that is going to walk away with a win because it's just so incredibly difficult, this layout at Oakmont.
Doug, you mentioned Roy, and I know a lot of people would say, well, why wouldn't you consider Roy in contention? But you touched on it. He's really struggled not just driving the ball, but finding a driver that he likes, and I would think going into a course like this, it would be a huge issue.
Michael, it is it is an incredible issue. I mean, think about it now. A guy who won the Masters, completed the career Grand Slam, only the sixth player in history to do that. What a monumental achievement that was. And at the time, me and everybody else said, man, this guy's the best driver of the golf ball in the world. Little guy, too, maybe like 5'8", 5'9", 150 pounds. And it really is majestic to watch him with a driver and a 3-wood in his hands. But then suddenly at the PGA Championship, guys, random test. Sounds funny in golf, a random test. They randomly pick guys, take their drivers, put them on a machine, and it was like, oh, gosh, your driver's no longer it's non-conforming. In other words, you've hit it so much that titanium in the middle has gotten hot. It's created this trampoline effect, and it just goes too far. In golf, it's too hot. So he has to put in a new driver, and most people are thinking, well, what's the problem? Don't you have one exactly the same? It's not the same in golf. It's a different feel, and ever since they took that driver out of play days before the PGA Championship, Rory has struggled off the tee. And in major championships like Oakmont, you have to find fairways consistently and hit it long. And he's had trouble doing that. Last week in Canada, he was awful, guys, terrible finding fairways. Went home to Jupiter, spent all day Saturday, all day Sunday with the reps from TaylorMade, and they were doing some serious work trying to get him set up right. And so what does he do today? Well, he hits an iron off the tee at 10, which a lot of people do. Hits a 3-wood off the tee at 11. Haven't seen him hit a driver yet, so we'll see what happens. I just don't think, guys, going in with that as a question mark, because the Big Stick is such a pivotal club at a place like Oakmont. I think that takes him out of the equation. And I know that's a major statement because he's world number 2. He won the Masters, won the Players' Championship, won at Pebble. But golf is a funny game. That window of opportunity for these players lasts maybe 5 or 6 weeks. And then the rest of the year, you just kind of put your seatbelt on and try to, I don't want to say tread water, but you just try to get through it, and hopefully you catch lightning in a bottle a little bit later in the season. But that's where Rory is right now, guys. He just can't find a fairway, and I think that's a death wish when it comes to playing a place like Oakmont.
All right, so if we're talking about guys that hit it a long ways off the tee, and we're talking about how important that is, we have to bring up Bryson DeChambeau. not only for hitting it off the tee, but also the club head speed. Because obviously, when the rough is really thick, you've got to have that power behind your swing. But sometimes Bryson DeChambeau makes me a little nervous because sometimes when he unravels, he unravels. I understand that he has already played a couple of holes, and I've been doing the show, so obviously I haven't been watching it. But what are your thoughts on Bryson at Oakmont?
Well, Chelsea, I love the guy, first off, because he's, the majority of professional golfers, and I've been at it a long time, and I love these guys, but they all kind of fit in the same little mold, right? You wear the same clothes, you answer the same questions the same way, hit the same clubs, work out the same way, et cetera. Bryson does everything else differently than anybody else, and I think that makes him a very unique figure in a sport that needs unique figures. And during his press conference, the majority of the talk was about his YouTube channel, which is embarking on like 2 billion hits, which is fascinating, right? And he's a fascinating guy. And after the PGA Championship, he goes back into the laboratory, and that's exactly what he did. And his team, his scientific team, they're not only looking at his golf ball, but his clubs, and they're tinkering with the weight disbursement on either side of the club, right? And it gets very technical, but he changed the setup, and last week he put in new irons in the live event, and now here we are, a completely new setup with his irons than he had compared to the PGA. No other player does that. No other player gets in and does it by himself because he obviously was his major at SMU. I mean, he's different. I love the guy. He's hit his driver here a lot early. Hasn't found a fairway yet, Chelsea, but he's still bombing it out there. And to think, listen, his pitching wedge goes 175 yards. I mean, think about that. And a 7-iron, he hits about 235. I mean, are you kidding me? Now, obviously, his clubs are bent at a different angle than others, and all his irons are the same length. Nobody else does that. And I will say this, he's the defending champion of the U.S. Open. He's won it twice. In his career, he has 6 top 10s in the United States Open. So, listen, it wouldn't shock me to see him win again. I haven't had a repeat winner in the U.S. Open since Koepka in 17 and 18, and it wouldn't shock me to see him walk away again. He's that good.
Doug, we got a couple minutes left here, but can you just give us an idea of that rough at Oakmont? I was watching some videos earlier this week, and they were mowing it and keeping it right there at 5 inches, and it just looks treacherous.
Michael, it's fun. Late last night, and they've done it every day, they come out with these hand mowers, and they have hundreds of these. Man, they volunteer from all over the country that come in, and they just mow the top of the rough, right? And then they have guys follow it with air blowers that fluff it up like maybe you're getting your hair ready to go out in the morning, I don't know. And then they come back with these rakes to make sure they're all going in the same direction. So it not only looks good visually, but they're trying to fluff it up where they say we want everybody to get a fair shake when they go into the rough. I'm like, okay, that sounds great. But again, it's this magnificently beautiful plush green rough, but the ball drops straight down. So off the tee like DeChambeau, Chelsea, you're not going to get any bounce forward if you drive it in the rough. It's going to be very penal. And then obviously if you hit up near the green, and those slopes are ridiculous, the ball, at times you'll say, wow, what a great shot. It's going to roll 75, 80 feet off the green down into that rough, which creates more problems for the guys. But, Michael, it's just these guys, listen, they love the challenge. It is incredible to make the U.S. Open field. They're just glad they don't have to do something like this more than once a year. They'll all say that. Scotty Scheffler will say that because mentally and physically it is very taxing on these golfers who are the best in the world, but they're very thankful they don't have to play this kind of rough, this kind of setup more than for 4 days because it'll beat you up. It really will. And I know that sounds funny, right? It's golf, but it will beat you up. And listen, if you're an 18 handicapper, let me just say this. If you're an 18 handicapper at your club anywhere in the United States and you came and played this setup on Monday after the U.S. Open, an 18 handicapper who's a decent player, I would say I would give them $100 if they went out here and broke 150 if you're an 18 handicapper. from the championship tees, guys. I mean, it is unbelievable. Seriously, I'd give him $500 if an 18 handicapper could come out there and break 150. It ain't that hard. It's the hardest setup I've ever seen.
Doug, it's been a real joy talking to you. Thank you for being with us, and enjoy your time at Oakmount.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me, as always. Appreciate it.
You bet. I mean, I love that comparison. And the thing is, he's not kidding. That rough out there is just unbelievable. It's going to be great to watch this weekend, and already some of the big names struggling. We'll get to a scoreboard early on. But coming up next on the show, time to find out where we're putting our money on this Thursday. Best bets, the Donkster, and an update from the U.S. Open at Oakmont. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network, presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Presented by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Best bets in the Donkster. On the way in just moments. Hello to our audience on Stadium as well as we stream during our final hour on the Bally Sports Live app and BallySportsLive.com. An update from the U.S. Open at Oakmont for you. J.J. Spahn leading the way at 2 under. And then we have a host of golfers at 1 under. Eric Cole, Ludwig Oberg, Roy McIlroy, Adam Scott, Gary Woodland, and Siwoo Kim. Xander Schauffele, Hideki Matsuyama at even par. Bryson DeChambeau and Phil Mickelson, a couple of the notables at 1 over. John Rahm tees off at 114. Scotty Scheffler and Colin Morikawa tee off at 125. I'm looking forward to watching golf all afternoon. And Gary posted a very interesting question in the last segment, which is if you're an 18 handicap, he said if you played at Oakmont from the championship tees because of the rough, you'd shoot 150. Double D, do you want to chime in? Double D can play some golf. We be playing.
He's not an 18 handicap though.
Wow, that's why I'm asking. I'm asking. I don't know how good he is. Double D, what do you think you would shoot?
The Monday after the U.S. Open with the conditions playing from the championship tees, I would hope to break 100, but probably wouldn't.
Yeah. What is your handicap, by the way?
It varies from 8 to 10.
Okay. All right. I'm just curious. See what your thoughts. Very interesting. Chelsea, what would you shoot? I would shoot like a 275, I think.
Yeah, I have never played a full round of golf. Like, I've never, not even once in my life.
Really?
No. Like, I've played a few holes, but, like, I've never played a full round. So it'd be really difficult for me to answer that question. So I don't know.
Interesting.
Never played.
I see you on Instagram swinging the club. I'm like, oh, she's out on the course today. I didn't realize you hadn't played a full round. I mean, you can swing a club, but I didn't realize that.
Well, because we live on a golf course, so for the people who don't know, so we have a couple holes that are like obviously within walking distance of our house. So we play those couple holes when people have gotten off the course, and we do that for free. I've never played an actual round where like you pay and you go do things. I don't know. So I've played a lot of golf, but not a full round together.
Okay, that makes sense. Roy McIlroy is playing some golf right now. Just knocked in a birdie to go to 2 under par, and his case is really fascinating. I know Gary was talking about it in the previous segment, but man, he's had all sorts of issues with that driver. If he gets that straightened out and he becomes the driver that we saw of the golf ball disc that we saw a few weeks ago at Augusta, then he'll be right in the thick of this thing. But that really is the main question surrounding him. It's always interesting, too, to hear how much these golf companies work individually with golfers. It's not nearly as simple as handing them a new club. I mean, they really do go back and forth like he was talking about and tailor the club and the overall experience that a golfer has with his particular set of clubs to that golfer.
Well, yeah, and Rory hit one so far already. I think he hit it 392. Ooh. That the accusations are already coming that he has that illegal driver problem again. I don't know if you remember that people he had some deal with like one of his clubs not being conforming to the standards, but you're right. I think my takeaway for Rory is that like when he's on, he's on. Yeah. And right now, it looks like he's on. And I know it's very, very early, and it is day one, and it's, 3 holes in? But still, it looks like he's found something. And I do think that, like, when he's locked in, like, he's absolutely has the skill set to win here. So maybe worth a live sprinkle, although I'm not sure how much value you get on somebody who is a big name like Rory McIlroy. Currently, plus 750 if you're interested.
Are you interested? You going to put some money down? Still 7-1, more than 7-1.
I don't think so. I feel like I like to wait till after like one full day, but I understand for a golfer like Rory, those odds will shorten dramatically if he does look dialed in.
They certainly will. Man, I cannot wait to get that on the television and watch all afternoon long. Coming up next on Bet Sweats, you'll continue to hear U.S. Open coverage with Sammy P. and Kate Constable. They're also going to react to the Pacers win in Game 3 of the NBA Finals and some fantastic guests as usual. Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel will join the show at 10 o'clock. And in Charge, Paul Charchian from FantasyLife.com will be along at 10:20. All right, let's go to our betting cards and tell you who we like today.
Time to place your bets.
Chelsea, I see a squad play on the card. What do you got?
Yeah, best bet for me is once again going to be fading the Orioles. Are you sensing a theme this week? All right, so we're going to go with the Tigers on the first 5 run line. That means be ahead after 5 innings of play. But this is the biggest pitching mismatch we see on the card today because on one side of the equation, you have the Tigers who are top 8 in offense, run differential, bullpen, and they also have a Cy Young contender on the hill today. And Tariq Skubal has been fantastic for the Tigers so far this season. And also, you look at them in the first 5 innings, they've been one of the best teams in all of baseball. In fact, they're scoring the second most runs any team in the first 5 innings of play. Conversely, the Orioles, oh, you guessed it, they're not good. Bottom 8 in that category and bottom 8 in bullpen ERA and overall offense. So I'm going to be on the Tigers today. Again, I understand they didn't come through yesterday, but this is a system play when 2 teams are just in such different directions. And plus, it's Dean Kramer pitching today, who's 5-6 with a 4.98 ERA. Yeah, let's go Tigers. First 5 run line, -145.
I am with you on that. That's going to be a squad play, and I'm glad you found the half run instead of the 1.5 that we're seeing in the first 5 at a lot of books right now. You can get that at BetMGM. I'm going to start with some afternoon baseball. Man, I'm going to manifest a 3 in one day. I'm manifesting it. Is it bad luck? Maybe. Or maybe I'm just manifesting. Come on. Okay, let's start with the Mets. At Citi Field, run line, -117, hosting the Nats. Why? Because of Kodai Senga. That's why. Mike Soroka will take the hill for the Nationals. Senga has just been so good. At home this season, 4-1 with opponents batting .216 against him and a 1.43 ERA. He's made a total of 12 starts this season. He's allowed more than 2 earned runs one time. That was against the Red Sox back on May the 19th. Now, the Nationals, always a live dog. There's no question about it. But Senga has shut down everyone he has faced this year. And then I think we probably see, I like an under as well, and I think the Mets could probably tack on a run or 2 late. This feels like a 5-2 game to me, so let's go Mets on the run line at -117. Just one bet on the card, Chelsea?
Yes, one bet. And my cat is currently scratching on the door, so I'm going to go handle that. I see you have a lot of bets, so why don't you give us your spiel?
Dabby do. Tired of not getting any attention. Dabby trying to interrupt me. Okay, this is going to be a fun play for me because I'm sort of banking on someone and how they performed in the minors, which, we'll see how that goes. Jacob Misiorowski is going for the Brewers, taking on Sonny Gray, with the Brewers hosting the Cardinals. And I did some research on Misiorowski, and this kid, 6'7", in the minors this year at AAA, 4-2, a 2.13 ERA. He goes deep into games. He's got a fastball that gets into the triple digits, like 103. I saw a highlight this morning. Cards have obviously never seen him, so I think there could be some issues there. Then you got Sonny Gray going for the Cardinals. 3 of his last 4 outings have been shutouts. Brewers rank in the bottom 10 of baseball in the first 5. So let's go first 5 under 4.5, -144. And finally, yes, we're fading the Rockies. Antonio Senzatella on the mound for Colorado. My Lord, the Rockies have lost his last 8 straight starts. 7 of them have come by the run line. In the Mile High City this season, he's 1-5 with a 6.55 ERA. Giants on the run line, -149. And also with you on that Tigers pick. We got to find out what's coming up on Bet Sweats here very shortly with Joe O. Not this week. Kate Constable, Sammy P. Can't wait for that. Until then, we got to bring in the Donkster and find out what's on his mind. Donkster, hello.
Well, once again, nobody's paying attention to me. I didn't get to add my favorite summer barbecue foods. You guys never include me.
Well, well, there's a reason for that. But now is your time. Go right ahead.
Three-way chili, pound cake, Boston cream pie, and kumquats.
Oh, gosh. Good God. I think we're done here.
What about Nutter Butters?
No. Just give us a bet.
Oilers at the Panthers over 6.5. It's the Stanley Cup.
Oh.
Yes. Dropping knowledge bombs this morning. Well done, Dockster. What's coming up next on Bet Sweats? For that, we check in with our guy, Sammy P. Sammy, good morning, buddy.
This donkey is something else, man. Something
else.
You never know. You never know. Chelsea, you deserve an
You
Emmy.
always know. I would say you always know. It's pretty consistently what the Donkster does. He's basically the teenage boy of the show.
That's true. Very true.
So we did our 3 favorite summer cocktails yesterday, Kate and I.
Oh.
Really enjoyed it. And they made fun of me because I put Jameson on line 1.
Was it all 3?
That's
Jameson,
not a summer
Jameson,
cocktail.
Jameson.
I said, well, of course not, Kate. Not with that attitude. It's not a summer cocktail.
Why not? Little sip and drink?
It's my list. I thought, at least. I don't know. I'd love to know the Donkster's favorite summer cocktail.
Oh, God.
Sex on the beach, Dad.
Oh, set yourself up for that one.
Sometimes I just have to
Buttery
this
nipple,
live radio,
right?
and I'm like,
Oh, I love a buttery nipple. Round of them. Keep them coming.
once you go down that road, just gotta reel it back in. Looking forward to the show, Sammy. What'd you think of the Pacers last night?
Halliburton finally had his night, and we talked about that yesterday. He just needs to shoot. I think sometimes he's worried about the turnovers and not turning it over. When he plays like that, they are dangerous.
Totally agree.
Well,
he is aggressive. Hit his points prop, too, easily. Like, you could get plus money yesterday, over 20. And when he's aggressive like that, they usually win. So, more of that coming up on Bet Sweat. Sammy P, enjoy the show.
See you later, Dad.
No.
Can Sammy P be the voice now? I think we should just turn it over to him. That's it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For Chelsea Messenger and the entire crew, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic Thursday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
It's time to sweat.
It's entertainment, education, information.
A smarter conversation, a higher level betting conversation.
With Joe O and Sammy P.
It's two guys who have known each other a long time, firing bets during the show, after the show, into the night.
We've been doing this so long, we're like brothers, so we're going to call each other out on some of their BS.
Get ready to fire.
Why are you betting 2-1 on Sunday when you could have bet 4-1 on Tuesday?
We're not going to force picks. What we give on the show is what we're betting.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. I was betting Valparaiso. What?
This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Halliburton looking for some room. Step back three. It's good. Tyrese Halliburton with a three-pointer. And the Pacers back up by 3. Mathurin inside, left-handed, off the glass. The Mathurin magic here in game 3. Halliburton on the drive. Can't get it. Toppin on the follow. Obi Toppin gives the Pacers a 7-point lead.
Game 3 of the NBA Finals delivered last night. Benedict Mathurin started the show off the bench as the Pacers grab a 2-1 series lead over the Thunder. We're going to dive into all angles from that one and going forward. Good morning. Welcome to Bet Sweats here on the BetMGM Network. He's Sam Panayotovich. I'm Kate Constable. Got a loaded show for you on this Thursday morning. We're here from now until noon Eastern. We've got some NFL playoff bets to get into a little bit later in the show. We'll tell you which teams we think are going to make or miss the playoffs. We're also going to be tracking the U.S. Open live. Scotty Scheffler keep making golf look as easy as he makes it look, literally. Coming up at 10 a.m. Eastern, Nick Friedel joins us to break down the finals. Then 10:20, Paul Charchian is jumping on to talk some NFL futures. Sam, we got to get into what we saw last night on the hardwood. Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Thunder, 5.5 point favorites. It did not matter because not only did they not cover, but they did not win that game. Pacers take a 2-1 series lead. I lose my Thunder -5 bet. But we both cashed the Halliburton over points, over 17.5 yesterday.
We have been very, very good, I think, the two of us, at sort of forecasting this Halliburton thing and whatever it entails. He was very passive in game 1. He was very passive in game 2. And then yesterday he comes out and starts gunning. Now, he didn't get to the free throw line, which is wild that he's taken 0 free throws in 3 games. But he has the 22 points, the 9 boards, and the 11 assists. And it was the shot attempts. It was the 17 shots. I thought he was going to get the 20 minimum. But they go as he goes. When I covered the Cubs, they won the World Series. He used to tell Dexter Fowler, Joe Madden, the manager, you go, we go. It's the same thing for Indiana. He needs to push the pace and push the tempo. And I thought he did a tremendous job last night of getting downhill and pushing the pace, because the way to get around a stingy defense is by moving the ball exceptionally well or playing with speed. And he did both last night. We can look at the box score and say, oh, he had a good game. 22 points, 11 assists, 9 boards. But really, if you just watched and saw the style that he brought to the table last night, that was the difference. And it didn't look good early because OKC had the first quarter lead, 32-24. But the adjustments were made. And let's also give the Pacers credit, because the only thing people want to talk about defensively is Oklahoma City. And I'm guilty of that too, because it's shoved down our throats how great they are defensively. An elite defense, an all-time defense. Well, guess which defense was better in the fourth quarter last night? Indiana's. Indiana held OKC to 18 fourth quarter points. And nobody talks about the Pacers defense. They were better last night than OKC. All around, and specifically on the defensive side of the ball.
You talk about, yes, defense, the turnovers for OKC, which are uncharacteristic of them, but a lot of those forced by the Pacers defense. In the regular season, Thunder averaged just under 12 turnovers per game. They're averaging 12 in the playoffs as a whole. They had 19 last night. 6 of those came from SGA. That's the most that he's had since December. And they've never had more than 16 in a playoff game this entire postseason. So that just speaks to the defense that the Pacers brought last night. It was almost like they switched roles. Like the defense that we've seen from OKC throughout the entire postseason, that felt like that was the style of defense that the Pacers played last night. TJ McConnell, huge for Indiana off the bench. My TJ McConnell under 3.5 assists. That was done within his first stint on the floor. He was phenomenal. Tons of turnovers and very timely ones as well. But Tyrese Halliburton, like I thought he played just within himself, didn't try and do too much. Like he was fairly quiet in terms of scoring early on in the first quarter. Like you thought maybe he'd come out and just start firing, but he took what OKC was giving him and ends up with a near triple double. So I thought he was phenomenal, but the bench as well. Like the bench was outscored OKC's bench by how much? Like if Indiana's bench continues to play like that, Indiana has a real shot at winning this series. And not to say that like the Thunder are dead in the water or anything like that. Like I fully expect the Thunder to come out and respond in Game 4, similar to how they did after getting blown out in Game 3 against Minnesota. But like after last night's game and seeing that performance, this was the first time I thought, okay, the Pacers really do have an actual shot at winning the finals here.
I thought Danny Green was really good when we had him on the other day about the leadership and the veteran presence, if you will, of the Pacers. Guy like Miles Turner, who's been around the block. I thought they were very calm in the moment, and a lesser team would falter, especially going down early like that. Not that games are decided in the first quarter. I mean, you can't win a game in the first quarter, but you could lose a game in the first quarter, if that makes any sense. So they took that first punch like a heavyweight fighter, and they threw it right back. And they go into the break with control and with momentum, and that's a huge deal for them. I still don't think they win the series. I've been adamant about that, and maybe I'm wrong there, Kate. It's very possible. Hell, we're wrong all the time on the show. Joe, me, you, it happens. But the market is talking about a bounce back. Not literally, but figuratively. So the game opens up, game number 4, which we'll talk about. Thunder -6, and now BetMGM is 6.5. So the initial push again is on the favorite, which is not surprising. And we go to the all-important series market, and the Thunder are -210, -220, -230, which is essentially the same price as the Dodgers are when they're at home with a decent pitcher on the hill. And that's relatively cheap considering where it was and where it is. Remember, this was -700 going into the finals, and now a very cheap -210. So some people are going to attack it. They're going to lay 210. They're going to parlay it with other things. Maybe a Thunder to win with a golfer to win the U.S. Open. That will be very popular now that you can buy the financial dip again on the Thunder.
Thunder are now 0-8 against the spread on the road. Have not covered a road game in the playoffs
Is that
so
good?
far.
That's good? I don't know.
I'm going to go ahead and say that they could work on that number a little bit. That's not the best I've seen out there. Good if you're their opponent, holding court on their home court. And Indiana is now 10-0 in games following a loss dating back to mid-March. So Indiana doesn't lose multiple games in a row. Indiana's also, when they score 110 points, like they just win games. When they're scoring, when they're playing fast, they are winning games. If we go to the room yesterday, the most bet props over at BetMGM. First one was SGA to score the first field goal. That was Chet Holmgren, who was good early on, awful late in the fourth. Like he made some very questionable decisions down the stretch and looked like a deer in headlights, more like a fawn with those like long, awkward legs. TJ McConnell under 13.5 points, rebounds, and assists. That he went over 10 points, 5 assists, 1 rebound, had about 5 steals as well. But the other 3, Sam, SGA under his points. He finished with 24. That number was 34.5. Thomas Bryant, our boy Thomas Bryant, to go under 1.5 rebounds. That one actually did go under. He finished with 0, played 3 minutes, not a stat in the book for him. And then Siakam, over 19.5 points. Siakam finished with 21. So we were 2 and 3 yesterday in terms of, no, we were 3 and 2 yesterday, if I'm reading that correctly. My math is not my strong suit.
Yeah, the room was 3-2. So if you faded the room, which it's difficult to fade that first basket prop. So we've sort of we don't really grade that one. Yeah, I mean you can't really fade it. You know, what are you going to do? Bet every other player? Yeah, you're gonna fade the first field goal prop and potentially lose 9 other bets if the player that the room bets hits the first shot. But SGA way under, which was a surprise. It was his first low-scoring game. I did laugh because Bryant checked in and then checked right back out. Didn't really do anything. So the room had an okay night, which is very rare. But I want to give all the credit to the Pacers. So they have now, in the last, let's call it the last month, from June 11th to May 11th, they have won as a 5.5-point dog, a 10-point dog, a 6-point dog, a 4.5-point dog, an 8.5-point dog, and a 5-point dog. If you have just money lined the Pacers this entire postseason, you can probably make a couple mortgage payments with how good they've been as substantial dogs. 8.5, as I said, 6, 10. When they win, they make those money line bets look really, really nice.
And it's making this win in game 3. Like, I just go back to game 1 then. How important was that win in game 1? Or I should say the loss for OKC. Like, the Thunder had that one in the bag. And if they end up losing this series, I think you go back to that game 1, and that's what gets talked about a ton. I also think you could talk about Mark Dagnot's decision to switch up his starting lineup in game 1. I mean, the Thunder were up so big early on in that game. So, like, maybe you could say, okay, well, it didn't really matter, but it felt like maybe that could be something that kind of just throws a wrench in what that team was doing throughout the entire season. And as we see the series go deeper and deeper, Dagnot's getting insanely outcoached by Carlisle, like night and day, to the point where I was having this, I went to watch the game with some Pacer fans last night, and we were talking after the game, and this is very extreme. I don't see this happening at all, but like, does Dagnot get fired if they lose this series? You have a championship caliber team, but it just shows his inexperience here. And you're in a win mode right now for OKC with the roster you have, with how they've built this up, and you have some veteran coaches out there. I don't think it's going to happen, but like, it almost, maybe it becomes a conversation. You're like totally out on that.
I don't think it happens. I think it'd be silly to overreact to that, but I wouldn't be completely stunned. I'm sure the Knicks would call him if he got fired. Yeah, right. I wonder if he'd take that job.
That's what the Knicks were probably banking on, is the Thunder to get blown out in this series, Dagnot to lose his job, and then they get him. Knicks are now 0-5 in their coaching search, by the way, just to throw that in there.
I saw Billy Donovan turned him down yesterday, and they also reached out to Quinn Snyder from the Atlanta Hawks. So they are just constantly shooting that shot, that late night you up text, and nobody wants to answer it. Nobody wants to follow through and make it a conversation. I do think it's interesting that Hartenstein has been really pushed out of the rotation in this postseason, or at least in this series, not in the postseason, because he only played 18 minutes last night. 4 points, 3 boards. What got them here was their rim protection and their size around the paint. And OKC played a lot of Holmgren and Hartenstein together. They made the adjustment to Indiana, though, to your point. Indiana didn't adjust to them. OKC adjusted to Indiana. Play smaller, play faster, and the team that made the adjustment is down 2-1. So, long way to go. We'll see how it goes. I still think the Thunder win the series, but I cannot wait for game number 4. I quickly would like to give myself a nice little self-applause. I found USA on my TV just now. I just found it. It took some time.
You've been searching this entire segment, haven't you? It only
finally
took you,
found
14
USA.
minutes?
Yeah, I got there. Well, we're a little occupied. So the U.S. Open round number 1 is on USA, for those wondering. I just found it on the TV, and for all the talk about how bad Rory's been, and a bad practice round, and the driver, and the focus, Rory's right near the top. That's the way it goes. The mailman yesterday came by and was like, Rory kind of stinks right now. I'm like, oh my God, he's going to win. He's going to win.
Yeah.
And here he is. Here he is right in the mix early on a Thursday morning.
Rory minus 2 under right now. JJ Spawn, leader at 3 under. Adam Scott, nice little start for him, 1 under. That's a name that I guess I haven't heard at the top of leaderboards all that often over the last couple of years. We also have game 4 between the Oilers and Panthers tonight in the NHL Stanley Cup Finals. Florida is the big favorite there at home. They lead the series 2-1. This is a must win, can't lose, however you want to call it for the Edmonton Oilers and Connor McDavid. We will dive into that game in a little bit more depth later on in the show, but we continue on with game 4 bets for the NBA Finals. Pacers and Thunder. How are we see this one playing out? That's next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Marchand with a shot. Score! And now the Panthers with a 2-0. Moving in on Skinner. Score! Bennett! 4-1 Florida. The man advantage continues. Rodriguez scores. And then Rodriguez makes it 6-1 Florida. Their third power play goal.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals tomorrow, Friday evening. Game 4 of the NHL Stanley Cup Final is tonight in Florida. Panthers have the 2-1 series lead over the Oilers, and Game 3 in Florida, Sam, was all the Panthers. Edmonton looked completely lost in that game, a 6-1 win for the Oilers. And maybe the biggest thing betting-wise in this series is like overs. Bet the over. The over's hitting every game so far. We're seeing tons of goals, especially very early on in games as well, Sam. Goal in the first 10 minutes, that has been hot as well, hitting every game. How are we looking at this one going into tonight's Game 4?
Still haven't made a bet yet, Kate.
Still
haven't done it.
I'm proud of you,
Have
Sam. I'm proud.
That's not cracked. You know, when I was a kid, we used to do the Easter egg toss, and oftentimes there would be the egg that wasn't hard-boiled. So if you didn't have soft hands, the egg would go everywhere. And I've been waiting to catch that normal egg and have it go everywhere and have the yolk get all over my shirt because I broke my rule that I'm not making a bet yet. I'm tempted today because I see the insights from BetMGM. Paul just put these in the chat. Did you see what made the board today at -180 on line number 5?
Yes, goal first 10 minutes, which means we are not scoring in the first 10 minutes.
I mean, it's out to -180 now that there will be a goal in the first 10. And look, the room came out game 1, game 2, no goal in the first 10. No goal. And we had goal. Game 3, the room didn't bet first 10 minutes. Stayed away. Game 4, well, you know, Kate, it's happened in 3 straight. It's only -180 now.
Gotta happen in the fourth. Has to.
-180. I'm not saying just fade it, but good grief. I mean, the books know you're going to bet it. And the true price on this is probably -140, -150. I know it's happened in 3 straight, but the true price isn't -180. It shouldn't be. Now watch them score 3 goals in the first 6 minutes again. But the room has finally made it onto the train. Finally, after 3 games and 3 straight first goal in the first 10, now they're here at -180. So that's always worth paying attention to. Look, as for the game itself, Florida, understandably a favorite, -145. Some places a little bit more expensive. Florida's the better team. The only way Edmonton wins is if Connor McDavid is the best player on the ice. That's how I feel, at least. I'll speak for myself. And ironically enough, the number 1 prop at BetMGM, Connor McDavid to score a goal at +145. If that hits, I think the Oil can win. But, man, Florida just keeps coming at you. They're deeper. They're more physical. They're better defensively. Their goaltender's better. Everybody knows about McDavid and Draisaitl, but it takes more than 2 to tango, if you know what I mean.
And McDavid has yet to score in this series. Like, he has not, for all the talk that we had prior to the start of the series of can McDavid win Conn Smythe even if Edmonton loses this series. And I know Conn Smythe is the entire NHL postseason, not just the final. So he still is the second favorite at +240. But Sam Bennett +125. He's had a phenomenal series so far. Brad Marchand has been huge as well. And then Bobrovsky 6-1. Another one of the bets that the room likes is Bobrovsky under 26.5 saves. He had 32 in game 3. So maybe the room thinking, okay, he had his big game in game 3. This is probably going to be an Oilers bounce back game. They're going to win. So Bobrovsky will go under his saves. I'm not sure that's the right move there, especially because Florida just imposed their will on Edmonton in that game 3. And it's felt like that a little bit in each of the 2 prior games, even with Edmonton taking one. And you saw how the Oilers reacted, like so many penalties, so many penalty minutes in that game because they were baited into doing that stuff and playing outside of their comfort zone by Florida. And that's just what Florida does, which is why they won the title last year, which is why they're up in this series. So I'm not feeling great about the Oilers making a comeback here. I'm not going to bet anything in this game. I'm gonna pull a Sammy P and stay away from hockey altogether tonight. But if I'm an Oilers fan, I'm not feeling all that confident going into tonight's game.
I think Edmonton has to be more responsible defensively because they have tried this cat and mouse game where they set the tempo and they get up and down the ice. And they remind me a lot of the old Phoenix Suns from about 10 years ago. It's fun to play offense. It's great to get up and down and shoot threes and run around on offense. But those Phoenix Suns teams never got back. And, I had a coach a long time ago who said, when we don't make a three, it's the first pass the other way. It's the outlet pass to the other team's fast break, essentially. So you miss a three and don't get back, now it's a 3-on-1 or a 3-on-2, and there's numbers the other way. There's been a lot of that for Edmonton. Have the puck, cycle it around, shoot the puck well, but then Florida takes it away and comes back with numbers. And we saw that all night in game number 3. The Panthers won 6-1. I said I leaned under game 3. I lean under again. You would have told me Edmonton had 1 goal. I would have said, oh, that's an easy under. But Florida got 6, so it goes over. Eventually, you would think there's going to be an under, but that would be predicated on 2 things. Edmonton has a better performance in net, and Edmonton has a little bit more defensive responsibility. You can't let this Florida team do what it wants to do. You can't let them possess the puck and pound the corners. You have to show some resiliency defensively. If that happens, you're going to see an under. But you see the way the public's betting this. McDavid to score, Draisaitl to score, goal in the first 10 minutes. They're betting on offense because that's what they've seen. Mm-hmm. And maybe they're right again, but I warn people, it's usually not this easy.
Does it matter to you who's in goal tonight for the Oilers? Because Stuart Skinner was pulled in game 3. Calvin Pickard came in, and Oilers have talked, they're not going to announce their starting goalie until before the game. So a little gamesmanship here of not allowing the Panthers to know who's going to be in net. I would think Skinner still starts, because if you pull Skinner for Pickard, you can't go back to Skinner at any point in this series. Like if Pickard isn't good. I just think mentally for a goalie to be pulled and then be put back in, like that's a recipe for disaster. So does it matter to you, I guess, for the game or for the over, who starts in goal?
I think it's got to be Skinner. It just has to. And Alex Smith, who comes on the show all the time, Ice Guys, hockey handicapper, he sent me this note the other day. Not that trends pay the rent, but sometimes they do. Stuart Skinner in game 4's all time in his career is 6-0 with a 1.26 GAA, goals allowed, a 95% save percentage, and 2 shutouts.
That's pretty good.
The numbers don't lie. Look, that wouldn't necessarily get me on Edmonton. I think you're going to see some people that will bet it because of that. But I hear that, and I think we're going to get an under. That's yes. Sort of what that does for me. I know you're a little bit jaded. You had the under. I think you had the right bet. You can make good bets that lose and bad bets that win. If he plays that way, if you get game 4 Skinner that you usually get, you're going to get an under. If he's awful and gets pulled, though, hell, it could be 7-3 for all we know. But I love that the room, to wrap it up, I love that the room is coming hot. Yes, goal. First 10 minutes, minus 180. Of course.
Plus 140 if you say no goal in the first 10 minutes. Well, plus money price there. All right, Sam, let's go over to game 4 of the NBA Finals. Pacers still at home for this game. Thunder need a win to avoid going down 3-1 in the series, or 1-3, I should say. And we know what happens for teams that are down 3-1 doesn't often end well for them. Where are we looking? We've been hot on kind of tracking when Halliburton shows up. last game. We also talked about Siakam having a big game. He went over his points prop in game 3. Where are we seeing this, I guess, trends kind of go where we can capitalize on a player?
So Halliburton has moved up a point, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we saw that get a little bit more expensive as we get closer to tip.
Yeah.
So MGM has 18.5 now on points. That's up a whole point from game number 3, 17.5 to 18.5, and it's minus 110 at the Lion right now, minus 110 to go over. Other books, minus 120, minus 125. I think you're going to see that Halliburton support because it just happened. And he had, 22 points, and he took more shots. I think that's going to be baked in. But I think he's a triple threat in this situation. So I might go to the PRA over. I was laughing because if you followed along with this show, we're 6-0 on Halliburton. We went under 1 and 2 and over, or alluded to it in game 3. So the handicap on Halliburton has been very strong. I think he's much more difficult to deal with at home. And obviously the shooting touch is there. He's comfortable at home. He knows the building. He gets to his spots. He's not dealing with the raucous opposing crowd. That's not exactly like the most important thing in the world, but there's something to be said about comfortability. And he looks the part at home, 22, 11, and 9. So 42 on the PRA. That number in game number 4 is 32.5. And that's another number that probably goes higher. So my initial thought, Thunder to win on the money line, if I want to wheel that with something else. And I still think Halliburton is going to have a stat stuffing game, if that makes sense. So PRA, I would lean over in game 4.
I'm looking at and just trying to figure out what we're going to have on the card tomorrow for where the room is, because you have a Benedict Mathurin all-time game yesterday. Not all-time game. He's been very good recently. His points prop is 11.5, heavily juiced to the under. He's gone over this in 4 of his last 6 games. So I feel like that's going to be something that the room is going to be on to go over, especially playing 22 minutes in each of the last 2 games. I'm also wondering what we get from Hartenstein. Like, I'm trying to think of players who are going to either have extended minutes or be limited a little bit more like we saw in game 3. And I looked up in the fourth quarter in game 3 and I was like, where has Hartenstein been this whole game? Like, he was just, he didn't play a whole lot or just didn't have a huge impact. Do we think he is on the floor a ton? Or is that an angle we could maybe look at for some unders there?
I would think at some point you have to go to him. His floater game, his ability to hit those shots around the rim, it opens up everything else. When you have a big that's able to operate around the rim, you have to collapse. And what that does, obviously, is open up somebody on the court. So that quick pass and maybe the hockey skip pass gets it to a wide open shooter, and now you're taking a wide open 3. So if you can score inside, it opens up the outside, which then in turn opens up the inside, right? It's all a chess match. But the Thunder have been a little bit more jump shot driven without playing that Holmgren Hartenstein combo together. His point prop in game number 4, Kate, is 5.5. Good grief. I remember in the Knicks series, 8.5, 9.5, flirting with double digits. It is so low and so disrespectful right now. If Dagnall makes the change and goes to Isaiah for 25, 30 minutes, he could fall out of bed and score 6 points. That's 3 layups, 3 dunks. That's not difficult. If you want to buy the dip on him, this is probably the cheapest point prop we've had in the entire postseason. 5.5. I'm inclined to think over. How about you?
Yeah, I would go over as well. And not that this necessarily means one thing or another, but Miles Turner's dealing with an illness. He's probably not going to practice. So you have your defensive presence in there for the Pacers, who's not 100%. Hartenstein gets a little bit more run. I certainly think that could be an over. The total in game 4, 225.5. And that has, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but that stayed pretty steady from where it opened last night.
So I'm glad you brought that up, because an hour or 2 before tip-off last night, the under got absolutely smoked. It was 228.5 when we were on our show yesterday in the morning. By tip-off, it was 225.5, 226.5. So the blitz came in. And I'll tell you what, Kate, it looked at half like it was going to fly over. But then third quarter, 49 points. Fourth quarter, 50 points. Game stayed under. We said it's an under series, and the defense showed up late in Game 3.
We're moving over to the gridiron. Coming up next, our NFL Plus Money playoff bets to make or miss. That is next here on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Sammy P, Kate Constable here with you on Bet Sweats. 20 minutes from now, Nick Friedel and NBA Odyssey Insider will join us to talk Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Sam, we're going to do a little NFL talk right here. Who's going to make or miss the playoffs? But first, I got to ask you about the hat you're wearing. For those of you that are watching on Twitch or YouTube, Sam's got a hat with a dice, a caricature of a dice holding a money bag. So please explain.
Sure. Well, I'll show it on camera and give you a better view. So that is one die. I think singular form would be die. And the die is holding a cash bag or a money bag. So a couple of buddies of mine from Illinois do a podcast called Good Juju, Gambling with Good Juju. And they gave me this hat. And I thought, it would be fitting on this day, on this show, to wear a gambling-related hat. I actually, though, Kate, I'm not a big trucker hat guy. This is one of those like trucker hats, and a lot of people would wear it backwards, but you don't do that when you're 30 or older. So I flip it around. You shouldn't do that when you're of a certain age. I'm more of a flat brim guy, like a Sox hat, a nice white sock hat that goes all the way around. I'm not a big trucker hat guy, but I think the logo is worth having it forwards and worth repping today. So that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Jake, did you not like the hat, or did you love the hat? Because you made some comments in the chat.
I love it. No, I wanted to talk about it because it's very good. It's a strong hat.
It's basically if the rich guy from Monopoly and a pair of dice, Kate, had a baby, this is the baby. Just a nice cash bag.
Also known as Mr. Monopoly.
I believe the name is Rich Uncle Pennybags. I believe that's the official name on his birth certificate. I think so, isn't it? No?
I had no idea he had an actual name, whether it's Mr. Monopoly or Rich Pennybags. Did not know.
Yeah. Well, according to this, Mr. Monopoly, also known as Rich Uncle Pennybags or Milburn Pennybags. Those are the names that are all applicable on Monopoly Man.
Well, good to know. Learned something new today. I do think the hat's great, Sam. Very fitting. Looks phenomenal on you, and it's perfect for a gambling show here. So maybe that's like a Thursday staple in your wardrobe going forward.
If I sleep, I won't wear a hat. I didn't sleep well last night. Different story for a different day. I would love, Kate, if we can get them to send you a hat. Maybe we can find room on your shelf of things. Maybe if the Bears start, if the Bears start 1-10, maybe you just put this hat there and replace the helmet.
If the Bears start 1-10, you get Good Juju podcast to send me a hat, and I will replace my Bears helmet with that hat. Which is, Sam, a perfect segue into what we're going to talk about is who's going to make or miss the playoffs this year. And we've all come to the table with a couple different plays on our or teams that we like. And these are plus money to make or miss the playoffs. So obviously we're not taking the Eagles to make the playoffs. That would be stupid. But plus money bets to make or miss the playoffs. You want to start us off?
Sure. I went 3 yes to make at plus price and 3 no to miss at plus price. Let me start with the first team that I wrote down, and that was Minnesota. Very small dog, I know, but there's still a plus sign next to it. BetMGM does a really nice job, groups all of these teams together, alphabetical order by city. So if you go to the BetMGM app, Arizona, Atlanta, Baltimore, down the board. Very easy to follow, very easy to bet. I went Minnesota. I think there's a good chance that they are the most well-coached team and the most well-rounded team in this division, the NFC North. Do I have concerns about the quarterback? Of course. He's a rookie, but also not a traditional rookie. He was around the team all last year. J.J. McCarthy went in the first round of the 2024 NFL draft and had an injury. So, sure, he didn't play, but he was in that building. And Kevin O'Connell's been able to work with him, scheme with him, build with him. If that's the weakest link and he performs like he has throughout his entire football career, going back to high school at Nazareth in LaGrange, Illinois, going through to Michigan, winning a national title, some guys just know how to win and know how to protect the football. So if all of those things come true that I just alluded to, I think Minnesota at plus 105 is a very good bet. I have two other teams that have bigger prices, but if I had a draft on taking a plus price to either make or miss, my first pick would be Minnesota.
Sam, number one on my list, the Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah,
I completely agree with you. Yeah, that was the kind of the no-brainer one I wrote down. And yeah, only plus 115, but all we said was plus money. You talk about JJ McCarthy, all the points you just made, Kevin O'Connell, but also like the defense was pretty good last year. Brian Flores' defense, they're returning most of that defense. You have Kristen Darrisaw, who's going to return this season, injured last year. Talk about the skill player. Like the Vikings just have a lot going for them, and they're just a solid they have a great foundation in that organization. It's not like the Bears, who are kind of all over the place, or at least up until Ben Johnson a couple months ago were. So I love the Vikings to make the playoffs at plus 115. Another one that I had on my list is the Arizona Cardinals to make the playoffs. Now, I know they're playing in a division with the 49ers, who have the easiest schedule in the NFL, or one of the easiest, and a lot of people think they're going to win that division. The Rams are also tricky in that division, but I feel like this is kind of like the turning point for the Cardinals. As long as they don't unravel late in the season like they have the last couple of years, Kyler Murray positioned very well to have success this year with the pieces around him, and Jonathan Gannon in what's this, year 3 now. This is an organization that I think is ready to kind of make that turn and be a legit competitor this year. So plus 140 on the Cardinals. I like them to make the playoffs.
And if you need the Cardinals to make, odds are good you probably would look toward the Rams to miss. And I think that's going to be an interesting play. We all know that McVay and Stafford are a sensational combo, quarterback and head coach. Their defense looked pretty strong down the stretch last year, but look, Father Time is undefeated, and Matt Stafford has found himself on the injury list a ton. So I don't know that I would ever lay minus 180 on the Rams to make the playoffs. Now, you could do it a different way. You could bet them to win the division at plus money, but then that removes the wild card possibility of this bet, because this bet, playoff market gives you all 7 seeds. We understand that. I would not be laying $1.80 on LA Rams playoffs. I would lean toward the no, and I think anybody rooting for the Cardinals to make would need either the Rams or the Niners to take a step back or not make the playoffs. In the NFC South, I went no on Tampa Bay. That's plus a quarter. Yeah, I'm a little bit higher on the Falcons. But I don't really want to bet the Falcons. I'd rather bet against the Bucs. Baker Mayfield's had a very up and down career, and I think it's easy to look at what they did last year and think, oh well, they'll repeat that. And I'm not so sure. Now, I'm a big fan of their running back room with Bucky Irving and Rashad White, bringing in Ibuka, the receiver from Ohio State. I like that move as well. But we've already seen the issues health-wise. Mike Evans last year gets hurt. Chris Godwin last year gets hurt. Can these guys all stay on the field? And Mayfield, say what you want. Baker's had a nice little rejuvenation in his career, but this is still a quarterback at the end of the day. All time is 50-53 as a starter. So now you got to lay $1.50, $1.55 to make? Nah, I would just pray for chaos and pray for the Falcons to be better. Maybe the Carolina Panthers win the NFC South. Maybe Tyler Shook is the answer in New Orleans. No, I'm going to stop there. Rewind. Edit that out. I'm not putting Tampa in the playoffs. I would bet them no, and you can get plus 125 on Tampa to miss.
So kind of correlated with that on my list, I have the Panthers to make the playoffs at 3-1 as a higher, a larger payout plus money bet because of the chaos that could ensue in that division. Like, you're right. The Saints are a mess of their own. Tyler Shuck's not leading them to the promised land, but you don't know what you're going to get in a full season with Michael Penix. And then you just laid out all the points for the Bucs to potentially miss the playoffs. Carolina, if they can build on the momentum that Bryce Young showed in the latter half of the season last year, another year with that head coach, Dave Canales and Bryce duo, and then you bring in a couple other pieces to add to that offense, I mean, it's 3-1 for a reason to make the playoffs. But I think in that division and the AFC South, those two South divisions are where we could see the most chaos. And so maybe there's some value on some longer shots there. Paul, do you want to jump in, Jake, and share some of your thoughts?
I don't know if this is good or terrible. Make the playoffs. I have Cardinals, Panthers, and Cowboys at 2-1. Yeah, I think, we talked about a couple weeks ago, Kate, what is it? Since 2004, there's been a new champ in that division every year. So, again, I think, and we've talked about this, Joe, Sam, and I, and the rest of the group, like, do we fade the Commanders in year 2, or is it just if we're going to, but they could still be really good and win the division. So it's tougher for me to get there on the Cowboys to win the division, but to make the playoffs, they got a lot of weapons. I think that's intriguing at plus 200, especially the way that division plays out on a year-to-year basis. And if we get the best of Dak, a couple top targets for him as well. And then the misses, I have the Bucks, Panthers case kind of there. I have the Rams written down as well, and their schedule at the Texans, Titans should be a win. Eagles, defending champs, Colts should be a win. At the Niners, Ravens, they could start 2-4, and then kind of who knows after that. And the other one I have is Bengals. How did their defense get better at plus 145? Yeah. So those are. What do you got, Jake?
I can't believe I'm doing this, but somebody has to on this show. Jaguars to make the playoffs, plus 165 at MGM. Apparently, I was going to say, apparently Paul gave me the cheese touch. Listen, I'm just betting on that this is the year for Lawrence, new head coach bounce, Hunter with Brian Thomas Jr. And also we talked about AFC South. Conversely, Texans to miss the playoffs at it's not a great price, it's plus 110, but if I think that the Jaguars can ascend here, Paul infected my brain. I don't feel great about it.
I have Jaguars on my list.
Okay, that makes me feel better.
On my list, so we're crazy together.
I thought you were going to say Bears.
No, Bears are going 8-9. The Bears are going 8-9, and the city's going to burn, and it's just going to be so stupid.
Caleb's putting his left foot forward now, guys. Everything's going to be different.
Awesome.
This year.
It's fixed.
Yeah,
it's fixed.
He's 1,000 for 500 at training camp with 73 touchdowns and no interceptions.
They're breaking the huddle, Kate.
We're talking to Nick Friedel, NBA Odyssey insider. On the other side, we'll get his thoughts on Game 4 next year on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
get it. Toppin on the follow. Obi Toppin gives the Pacers a 7-point lead.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Pacers take game 3 of the NBA Finals. Oklahoma City now has a chance to respond. Game 4 tomorrow in Indianapolis. Oklahoma City opened, Sam, as a 6-point favorite, 5.5. We're up to 6.5 right now. So the books fully expect OKC to bounce back. We will see if that happens. We've now bring in Nick Friedel, NBA Odyssey Insider, to get his insights on the finals. And Nick, I guess we'll just start right there. Do you expect a bounce back from Oklahoma City in a similar fashion after they lost game 1, bounce back 1 in game 2?
Absolutely, Kate. This is a team that has shown over and over again all year long that when they need to respond and when they need that extra push, they can find it. And when you play defense the way they usually do, that's a team that can make those kind of statements. But, and it's a big but after last night, if you keep letting the Pacers hang around in the series and build up confidence, as great as OKC has been all year, you are playing with complete disaster, because a young team that starts to believe in itself at the highest level is the most dangerous team that really you can imagine, with players like Halliburton who kind of go, oh, okay, we can do this. I still expect OKC to bounce back tomorrow. I still think they are pretty clearly, in my mind, the far superior team. But the Pacers are now just a couple more away from shutting people like me up and a lot of others around the league.
What do you have to do if the Pacers win the whole thing? What's the punishment?
I'm not into that game right now, baby. I did not plant. I feel like that hard for the Pacers, but I tell you this, Sammy, if you're the Pacers and you're in this kind of situation, this is what it always cracks me up through all the years I've been covering the league. When players say, oh, we don't pay attention, or coaches say, oh, we're not thinking about all this stuff. I mean, truly, all these guys know. They all know what's being said. They know what was said before the series. They know what's said, like our conversation right now of saying, oh, well, the Thunder are still going to win. Yeah, they're down 2-1, but who cares? They'll find a way. There's always an awareness. So whether it's my punishment or it's any number of others with a very large platform, the thing that strikes me is, and it ties back into that first answer, Kate, that we were just talking about. When you have this kind of moment in this kind of magnitude, you better believe that everybody on that team that nobody picked to win this series is looking around going, see, we told you so. You can't say it yet, but they're getting really close, and it's going to be a lot if they do.
I mean, the Pacers have kind of been saying that in every series up until this point, too. They've been disrespected in a lot of those. So this is nothing new for them. Also nothing new for Rick Carlisle to be in this position. How do you think the coaching advantages have played out in terms of the experience that Carlisle has versus this being Dagnot's first time?
It is very big. We talked about it before the series. If you were breaking it all down on paper, you'd say, all right, the Thunder roster-wise have every advantage there is. Where there is a significant advantage on the bench is the experience Carlisle has. Now, I think Dagnot is a hell of a coach. I just think that he is making too many shifts in the biggest of moments. And it's clear that the adjustments haven't been there the way he would have hoped, especially as far as lineup switches go. But Carlisle has the confidence of having not only been there and won it, but Kate, what he also has is he can look around the room and those guys are drawing confidence off him. So, yeah, the players go out there and they're rising to the challenge that's in front of them. But they know they have a dude that's been through it all, and you saw it again last night in his ability to kind of keep everybody fresh and rolling. So when you're watching the Pacers, you're seeing a team that is being led by a guy who is completely unfazed seemingly all the time. I mean, that guy for years, he just is kind of over there. You're going, all right, what's going through his mind? But he's a hell of a coach. He's shown it again and again. And right now, he is absolutely winning that battle 1-1.
Hartenstein, non-factor last night. 18 minutes, 4 points. I know that's just one result in a vacuum, but his minutes are substantially lower than they were against the Knicks when OKC went big. They played Chet and Isaiah together a ton. That hasn't happened. And to your point, I feel like the Thunder have adjusted to the Pacers style of play when it should be the opposite. They're going smaller, and the Pacers are like, cool, we'll take it. The Hartenstein prop, Nick, in Game 4 for points is as low as I can remember it in this postseason. It's 5.5. That's 2 layups and a dunk. That's 2 floaters and a layup. It is so disrespectfully low. Is it a bad idea to go over 5.5 points, Game 4?
No, I don't think so, Sammy. And your point is very well taken, because when you're watching the Thunder, you're going, well, what's going on with that dude? Like, this was the moment that they brought him in. You're trying to find ways to make it work, but the Pacers style is something that needs to be discussed and underlined a lot over the next 24, 36 hours leading into Game 4, because they are putting it on OKC, especially last night, and it's like OKC's kind of like, what do we do? Specific to old Isaiah Hartenstein, I would think, having watched him with the Knicks and having seen as his career has progressed, that guy's going to come out really motivated tomorrow night to say, all right, I know I'm better than this. I know I have to be more physical, and I have to be a presence down low where they need me. So the specific point of the prop, though, a lot of that is luck. Get a couple rebounds, like you said, put a couple shots back up, we're there. So I would take that. I think it's solid, but the fact that he continues to kind of be, what's going on, a question mark, that is a red flag that is getting even darker for the Thunder as this series plays out.
Just a quick follow-up. I need 34 points to hit my over on SGA if I bet that. 34. I need 6 on Hartenstein. It's all math, baby. That's all it is.
That's the Sammy P tagline of taglines. It's all math. It's just math. That's what it is. Yes. I would take SGA over. I would take Hartenstein over. I think they're going to respond. If they don't, though, the tension that's going to build between 4 and 5 is going to be dramatic. And I think that is going to really weigh on OKC, a young team that clearly hadn't been there together.
We're with Odyssey Sports NBA insider Nick Friedel. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. We put your safety first, everything else second. To learn more at HyundaiUSA.com. Nick, we have 2 unders, 1 over in this series so far. Oftentimes, as series get deeper, things start to slow down, tighten up a little bit. Defense gets a little bit more aggressive. Now, these are 2 teams that have actually played fairly aggressive defense so far. How do you see this total or the pace playing out in Game 4? We have a total of 225.5.
Okay, regularly, it does feel like everything slows and it gets more physical and the tension builds, all that as the series plays out. But that building in Indy, there is so much energy in there. Not that there's not in OKC, but I'm sitting there and I'm watching. Last night I'm going, oh, okay. I always have thought that plays into at least some parts of the speed of the game. Sometimes the players look around and go, whoa, it is crazy in here, and everything speeds up a little bit for everybody. So personally, I would lean over tomorrow just because I think OKC is going to come out trying to put their handprints all over the game. And Sammy, this goes back to what you were saying. Indy, especially last night, is pushing OKC into the way they want them to go. OKC may want to slow down, but I still think they can win a game if it does ramp up a little bit. I just don't think they're They're doing what they need to do scouting report wise to control Indy and the speed that they need. So I can see where people would lean under. Personally, I'd actually go OKC and the over as far as tomorrow night goes.
I cannot wait until you accept the job and become the next coach of the New York Knicks. I can't wait. I don't know what order you're going to be on the totem pole. I mean, Billy Donovan is telling him no. I think Quinn Snyder has no interest in it. They keep sending that "you up" text with the question mark, and nobody's answering. Are you going? Can you confirm that you're a candidate for the Knick job?
I think at this point, everybody's a candidate for the Knick job. I think everything's on the board. But, Sammy, the fact that the Knicks did this and they can Tibbs and there's not the guy right behind somewhere going, all right, I'm ready. This is getting, and already has gotten, very embarrassing because you have a coach that you know did extremely well. There's Tibbs burnout. There always is. It's like the relationship that absolutely takes everything you got. Everybody's tired, and then you go, I'm just done. But they were some great times, and then you think, the text that's coming. If we're in this this mindset, Sammy, it's not the "you up" text. It's, hey, I miss you. That's the one that I feel like is next on the horizon. The Knicks are sitting there going, who the hell is going to be better than Tibbs? And maybe after a period of the breakup, then the call's going to come and be like, I miss seeing you around. We'll see. But the fact that we're here now and all these leaks keep popping out, oh, this guy says no and this team says no, it is a very bad look for a team that had gotten out of the malaise of mediocrity and irrelevance for so many years.
Nick Friedel, Odyssey Sports Insider. Insider calls are brought to you by Hyundai. Hyundai helps protect you and your family on the road. We put your safety first, everything else second. Nick, why are we not hearing names of former championship coaches? You have Mike Malone out there. He's plus 330 to land the job. You have Budenholzer, 22-1. Monty Williams, 30-1. Why are we not hearing the names of coaches that have won championships and aren't coaching other teams right now?
Kate, I think the answer to your question is arrogance. The Knicks figured we can call these teams, we're the Knicks. We have a team that we feel is ready-made to go win a title. And it hadn't happened like that. It's like, why are you not talking to Malone? That would be still my pick after all of whatever happens in the next few weeks, because he has the personality to match New York City. He has the pedigree of being a championship-winning coach, and he has a track record of getting the most out of a lot of younger players. Jokic, obviously, at the forefront of that. But what the hell were the Knicks thinking? And I think the only answer is they figured, who wouldn't want to come to New York? The thing to keep in mind, though, guys, is there is so much pressure in that job to begin with. There's even more pressure than there would have been before because of the success the Tibbs and that team just had. If you're one of these coaches, let's take Billy Donovan. You're Billy Donovan and you're making whatever, 8-10 mil from the Bulls. There's no pressure at all. I mean, the pressure is, let's try to get to the play-in tournament every year. My family's happy in Chicago. Nobody's pushing me anywhere. What are you going to go to New York for and go, I'll make a little bit more money, but my life is going to be miserable because every single day it's a different kind of pressure cooker. I think we're getting closer to those conversations, though, with guys who are out of the game, who don't have a job. And if it's me looking for somebody to hire on that front, it's Michael Malone or it's Mike Brown. But again, is that much of an upgrade over what you just had? I don't think so.
Eventually, somebody's going to get the bag, though. They're going to be so desperate, they're going to overpay for somebody, and it might be Willie Green, for all I know. I mean, who knows? Good for whoever it is. We got less than a minute. Put your blindfold on, get your Magic 8-Ball out. Where does Kevin Durant play his first game next year? What do you think?
Oh, my gosh. Wouldn't it be fun? Wouldn't it be fun, while we're on this topic, to just throw Kevin in whatever the hell happens with the Knicks? in New York City. That is where my hope is, Sammy. My hope is that we're sitting there watching games at the Garden, and Kevin is yelling at whoever running down the floor because he's knocked down shots all over the place. So I don't know if that one's going to happen, and there's always a soap opera around where Kevin's going to end up. My hope is you put Kevin on that team with the pieces in place that they do have, and that would be fun as hell to watch.
Well, if that's the case, then the Knicks better win a championship next year. Otherwise, all hell is going to break loose in New York. Nick, we appreciate you taking the time to join us. Enjoy Game 4. We'll talk to you again soon.
Always, y'all. See you later.
Odyssey Sports Insider Nick Friedel. Odyssey Call is brought to you by Hyundai. We talked to Paul Charchian on the other side. NFL Futures coming up.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
That Dosh Garnett military time strikes again, Sam. We're going to have Paul Charchian on to talk NFL right now. He will be on in an hour to talk NFL. And so we are going to pivot, as we do all the time on this show. We got to stay on our toes and talk a little U.S. Open and what's going on. But yeah, I mean, sometimes words are tough for me, pronunciation. Military time can be tough as well.
I would like to, at this time, at 10:21 a.m. Eastern, call my first witness to the stand. I'd like to bring Paul Aspen to address the courtroom right now, if we can. What happened?
So, as you know, what we had? We had Elf on once. He talked about the perils of booking guests. Probably should have talked about the perils of everything else. I gave charge 2 times, and I had it, and he chose option 2. In my mind, I kind of zoomed past that, and so the options were 10:20 a Eastern and 11 a Eastern. And even though he said 11 a can work, and then we went right into topics and what we'd be talking about, in my mind, I stuck with option 1. So that is on me. Hand up. We'll call it case of the Summers. Guilty as charged. Yes.
I think it's just so funny. I'm not even like the slightest bit upset. I actually live for this. You know me, Paul. I thrive in chaos. So we're coming back.
Me too.
Just take you behind the curtain here. We're planning on having church. And as you know, we are not in a physical location altogether. We're basically waiting on a guest to come into a virtual green room. And when we don't see church, we're not worried. It's just sort of, where's church? And with
Especially
40 seconds to go,
because he is always on like multiple minutes early as well. So for him to show up right on time would be like, not for him to show on as we're coming back would be rare. Yeah.
So Paul says with 40 seconds to go, whoops. And then it's what happened? Church is not on at this time. And it's very easy. I don't care. We'll get him on eventually. It's just, where are we going? U.S. Open. Bang. Let's do U.S. Open. But if you don't think we were going to address that, I mean, we more than any other show address things that are not show related. So we had to have fun with that. It's very funny. The military time, as Jake says. What did you say, Jake? The military time strikes again? Was that the verbiage?
Yes, correct.
So good.
Guard,
does anyone on the show actually operate in military time? Like, have military time on their
there's
phone?
a very specific reason we are bringing up military time right now.
So Paul does have military time on his phone. But military time in the morning is just regular time. Paul, you're a military time guy? Right. Why?
It's just, time zones and things. I just got my things, Kate. I just got my things.
And how's that working out for you?
We all have them.
Apparently not. It might be time to rethink some things. I don't know. Football
Paul
season
actually
might be
did. Paul did a couple stints in Afghanistan, so he just hasn't been able to break the habit.
Man of the world mostly operates on military time. I don't know. Thought I'd try it out. It might time to end that experiment.
One more quick joke. My buddy Stu was an actor for a while, and one of his roles was to portray a Marine. And he was on all these billboards and commercials and everything. So naturally, we started calling him Stolen Valor Stu because he wasn't really in the military. He just had to portray a military man. I don't know why I still think that's so funny. He hated it. He said, "God, stop calling me that."
No, that's a great bit. That's a great
Sorry,
bit.
Stolen Valor Stu. You would be upset, you poser. Anywho, JJ Spawn, Kate, is leading at the U.S. Open. I believe I saw him 70, 80 to 1 to be first round leader. Long way to go. He's only through 11, but Spawn on top. Then Gary Woodland on line 2.
Where was Gary Woodland prior to the tournament?
Oh, geez. Gary Woodland, first round leader, had to be 100 to 1, 125 to 1.
Like, we didn't throw his name around at all earlier in the week.
Nope. And everybody's favorite golfer to miss the cut is tied for third, Rory McIlroy. I wrote a story yesterday for Fox on the U.S. Open. I didn't even mention McIlroy. Like, that's the narrative. Yeah. I didn't say him, but there was not one person saying bet Rory to win the U.S. Open. Not one. Find me one. I dare you. I dare you. Now, maybe some people took a price, but there was nobody banging the table saying bet Rory. It was all Scotty and Bryson and John Rahm and Oberg and Fleetwood and Schauffele and Morikawa. Did you hear anybody say bet Rory to win? Because I didn't.
No, and everything I read about the tournament, like Rory was one of the fades. Like, it was all his form coming into this tournament, not great. Mentally not there right now, like all of those different things. And so, Rory was not anywhere near the top of a lot of people's cards other than a number. Woodland Paul just threw in the chat was 125-1 to be the first round leader. And he's sitting at second right now, 3 under through 8. Are you surprised? I mean, I'm kind of surprised based on, once again, the conversations that we had earlier in the week of just how tough this course is going to play. And maybe a final score is going to be the winner. I mean, unless you're Scotty Scheffler, maybe sitting around par. And here we are, Spawn through 11, and he's already 4 under. I know we don't have, there are a lot of players that are over par right now, but I mean, to have someone who's 4 under through 11 based on how difficult this course was looking like is a little surprising to me.
Odds are good he's eventually going to shoot over, though, one of these rounds. That's just the way it goes. I mean, guys like that, they have a great round and then they follow it up with a trash round. That's my experience. So, I mean, to your point, it's a great start for anybody betting the under on total score, which one of our guests, Jeff Feinberg, tweeted out yesterday that he bet. The number he got was under 277.5. So that's what he's rooting for. He needs one golfer to have a total score under 277.5. And if you have a guy go 4 under day one or 5 under, whatever he's going to finish, that's a hell of a start. I think we have to talk about the elephant in the room, though. Every live golf conversation, and Paul has brought this up many times in the past, every live conversation starts and ends with Scotty Scheffler. I don't believe, I'm looking at the leaderboard now, I don't believe he's even teed off yet. He tees off at, way later, 125. He hasn't taken a shot yet, Kate. And he's still 3-1, favored to win. The power of that guy is something we've never seen. We've never seen it. And I know a lot of easy retorts would be, well, Tiger. You couldn't bet golf live when Tiger was in his prime. You didn't have BetMGM and the blue book and the green book. You couldn't bet this stuff mid-round. So no, we've never seen a golfer have this much live respect. And I want to say there was a tournament a couple weeks ago. Scotty Scheffler's down 10 shots. 10! Mm-hmm. This is on like Saturday. Going into a Saturday, round 3. He's 10 shots back and he's 30-1. There was another player that was 10 shots back that was 200-1. It's amazing how much respect the algorithm has for Scotty Scheffler.
Is there any world in which, Scotty is 1 over through 3 and you get a decent price? That just isn't going to move at all. Like, there's no live betting Scotty Scheffler is basically what I'm hearing you say.
Not necessarily. If he bogeys the first 2 holes and he's 2 over and the leader's 5 under, he's going to be 7 back, and you might be able to get him, what, Paul? 4-1? 5-3?
I was going to say, the best price you see is 5, maybe, like in that exact scenario.
Yeah. Day one.
It doesn't get over
sure.
5. Yeah.
Unless he shoots 5 over today and he's 10 shots back. But even then, I just laid out an example where he was 10 shots back with only 36 holes left and he's 30-1. Yeah. So if there's what is it? 72 holes in a major? If there's only, 18 down and so many to go, I just had a Michael Felder moment for a second. 54 is the number. I almost said 56. Michael Felder famously, it hit me. I blacked out for a second. What happened? If there's 54 plus holes to go, he's never going to be more than 10-1. And that oftentimes puts you in a spot to take other guys. So DeChambeau 6-1. His price has actually come in. He was 7-8-1 to win. And McIlroy, who was 14-16-1, is now plus 650 at BetMGM. I'm not even saying bet anybody. I'm amazed. The guy hasn't even taken a shot yet. And he's still like a decided favorite. That's the power of the number one golfer in the world.
Some other notables that have already teed off and are well underway. Hideki is 3 over right now. Lowry's 4 over. Keegan Bradley, who we talked about yesterday, I heard a lot of people really liked, at least for like a top 20, top 10. He's 3 over. If you look at a lot of these scorecards, Sam, for the most part, like just pick a random player near the top and it's bogey, bogey, birdie, bogey, birdie. Like there's not a whole lot of just straight pars. Everyone's kind of all over the place. It's either have a really good hole, followed up with a not so good hole. And that's probably what we're going to continue to see. So I would imagine there's going to be a lot of movement on the leaderboard as we progress through the afternoon.
There will be some people undoubtedly tomorrow that will take a guy like JJ Spawn or take a guy like Gary Woodland and look to live bet bogeys. It will happen. And some books let you do it. You can take a guy, say he's on the 3rd hole. You can bet what he's going to do on hole 4 and hole 5. And there will be an eventual short. I'm not saying huge money, big dollars, but it will happen. And the story that I always tell, Tiger would make the cut at a major and people would just bomb his bogey props in round 3. Because I think it was last year. I don't know if it was the Masters. It had to be Augusta when he just completely fell apart. He couldn't walk and his bogey prices were -110, -115. And I think he bogeyed 6 holes on that Saturday, on Masters Saturday. And people just cleaned up if you were betting bogey. The initial ones were 2-1, 3-1, but then the books had to catch up because you could watch and Tiger couldn't walk. Oh, DeChambeau missed another putt there. Fantastic.
Yeah, he just bogeyed on 9.
He looks weird. Why is he putting so weird?
Well, that's what Jake said.
Because he's weird.
Fair. Look, I can't putt. I don't golf. I drive the cart and make cocktails. I don't golf. But I can tell you that is not a man who looks locked in putting right now.
No, he looked very dejected after that bogey, which, you just bogeyed in the U.S. Open. I would hope you feel dejected of some sort. But, yeah, he did not look all that great. Who did we – remind me, guys, who we all picked as our – I know we did a draft the other day. Sam, who was your number 1?
Bryson.
Oh, well, that's rough.
My number 1 was Luda.
Don't take your victory lap. No, Kate, it's Thursday.
My guy hasn't even teed off, and he's plus 320 to win it. I'm feeling pretty good.
Kate. All right, Kate.
All right, Scheffler's not winning. Get some live bets in. Scheffler's not winning.
Scheffler.
Cocky Kate is out in full force because she's got the odds-on favorite. Spawn he's playing really well right now. He just put one out of the brush right near the pin. He's going to par here on 12. And anybody holding that big Spawn first round leader ticket in a great spot. So you went Scheffler. I went Bryson. I don't remember who Jake and Paul took. Did Jake take Oberg? I can't remember.
Yeah,
Who'd you guys take?
I did.
Okay.
And I took
then
Colin.
Paul went Colin. Okay.
And he tees off
Colin,
with
where's
Scotty
Morikawa
at
sitting right now?
125.
Oh, he hasn't teed off yet.
Well, Kate already decided, guys, at 10:30 in the morning, it's over.
Yeah, it's over.
It's
Yep.
over.
Well,
Well, that's rough.
the books have basically decided at 10:30 in the morning it's over. It's not Kate deciding this.
I do kind of want to I feel like we should do a wellness check on PJ Glasser because he's at this tournament and I know he was all over Bryson for this. So I almost want to call him and make sure he's doing okay.
Bryson is
PJ
tied for 22nd. It's not over.
Is he walking hole to hole? Like, what's he doing? Is he just tracking Bryson? He's just following Bryson today? What do we think?
I mean, I know he was big on Bryson, so I have a feeling most of the day is going to be following him. I don't know what the second half of the day entails, but
Is Tyler Morales also there? Or did he just tag him in that tweet?
no. Also, his boots on the ground. Can confirm.
Okay.
Wow.
Also
some
was big
insider
on
scoop.
Bryson, so we might have to do a wellness check on both.
Wellness check on
Kate
Major League
killed
Baseball
Bryson.
today. That's coming up next. Today's MLB card. We'll tell you where we're looking. Next on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Ball and 2 strikes to Judge. And he sends it high and deep into right center field. Isbell on the run. My goodness, he has done it again. Aaron Judge with a low liner into right center field. Home run number 25 for the captain. The KC killer on the loose. 6-0 Yankees.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
Aaron Judge continuing to do Aaron Judge things. The guy just doesn't stop hitting home runs. Sam, you talk about Scotty Scheffler and the way he's priced prior to every tournament, and it feels like you could make a similar comparison to Judge's home run prop in every game. I mean, he's plus 230 to hit a home run. Most players, I mean, you're seeing in the 4s, sometimes 5, 6 to 1 area. Aaron Judge is, I mean, it's Judge and Ohtani that are always have the lowest, or the shortest, I should say, home run prop price. And because it feels like it comes home almost every game. 25 homers on the season. That's not too shabby.
And he's hitting 394 on June 12th. Insanity.
Absurd.
His WAR right now, wins above replacement, is 5.6. Absurd. Just absurd. And I do think in some weird way, this is not being discussed enough. Now, the national media has a lot to do with that because we're talking about the Pacers and the Thunder and the Stanley Cup final. But I saw this from Buster Olney. Aaron Judge is on pace to finish this season with 241 hits, 110 walks, 157 runs, 145 RBIs, 42 doubles, 5 triples, and 61 home runs, with an adjusted OPS of maybe 250. It's one of the greatest seasons of all time, potentially, if it keeps up. I know that that's pace reflective. He has to deliver. Not that he hasn't delivered, but he has to keep this, not pace up, but he has to continue to do what he's doing. And he could have 61 homers, 145 RBIs, 157 runs, and 241 hits. That's a lot of numbers I just threw at you. But understand, that is one of the greatest seasons of all time if it comes to fruition.
I was going to say, the point there being that that's not done all that often. We don't, if hardly ever, see numbers like that of what Aaron Judge is doing. The problem with Judge is it feels like almost every year, Sam, something happens a little bit later in the season, an injury derails him a little bit, and so can we count on those numbers staying consistent? Because you're right, he doesn't have to do a whole lot more. He just has to consistently play how he's been playing. But that's kind of hard to do when you're playing this well.
He is such a substantial favorite to win the MVP too. It's not even funny. Minus,
like, even if he did get injured and miss some time, would he probably stay the favorite?
I think if he plays one more month, he still might have it not locked up, but if he gets through July healthy, he probably could still win it given the numbers that he's putting up. BetMGM has minus 10,000 and the Blue Book has minus crazy. 20,000. So you got to lay a big number to win $100, minus 20,000. It's unbelievable. And the Yankees are much better than a lot of people thought. That was one of the most popular win total shorts because of all the injuries. Remember, Garrett Cole hasn't thrown a pitch. Mm-hmm. Luis Gil hasn't thrown a pitch. Stanton's been hurt. Soto's in Queens. And the Yankees just keep winning games. It's remarkable. And he's the straw that stirs the drink. 41-25. The only team with more wins in the AL, Detroit. 44-25. I like the Yankees today. I did circle 963. Now, you want to shop around and get the best price because some books are $1.43, others are $1.56. I know some people don't think 13 cents matters, but I assure you it does. I did circle New York, and I circled the under in Chicago, Houston. I'll wear it. I had White Sox last night, plus 150. They got pounded. But Framber Valdez is going to carve them up today. I don't think we're going to see a lot of offense on either side. Houston's $2.20 now. Jeez. Minus 220 at home. Not laying that, but Houston, Chicago, under 7.5, I think will get my money tonight. That's probably my favorite play so far.
Did you also mention, was it Sox you were saying under in or Cubs Pirates you were saying under in?
No, Sox and Astros under 7.5.
Okay. Yeah, Sox had a nice little run with a couple wins, but how much longer is that going to continue? I am going to the Cubs game tonight, Sam. And so I want some fun action. Not saying this is something where like we're going to throw a bunch of money on it, but like something to keep me engaged in the game outside of drinking beer and eating dogs. Do I just go PCA home run?
I don't know against the lefty. I would say maybe Suzuki to homer, assuming he's in the lineup. I mean, I haven't seen the lineups yet. I don't see any reason why he wouldn't play against a lefty. Yeah, he's probably going to hit third. The problem when the Cubs face lefties, they often drop PCA in the lineup a little bit, and they stack with righties. So the projected lineup today at RotoWire is Happ, Tucker, Suzuki, Kelly, Swanson, PCA hitting sixth. That's not the lineup. That's the projected lineup or the expected lineup. I don't hate Suzuki to maybe have 2 total bases or a home run or an RBI. I think he's going to be the guy that you should look at. That's my opinion. I would go Suzuki and look at some of his props. I didn't study Suzuki overnight because I wasn't planning on it, but that would sort of be where I would look against the lefty Andrew Heaney. So hit a home run, you can get 5-1 or better. Don't think that's the worst idea. I don't know that you want to lay 235 to get a hit, but let's see. Total bases, go over 1.5 total bases at plus 120. Final answer. That's the move. Suzuki over 1.5 total bases. Yeah, so 2 singles, a double, a homer. You'll be good.
All right. I like it. I'm on board with that. Done. Scooball's going today. He's on the bump for the Tigers. Been phenomenal. Facing Dean Kramer for the Orioles. And the Orioles actually got a win last night. 10-1 against Detroit. Scooball's been phenomenal this season. Strikeout prop for this game, I'm looking at over 8.5 plus 115. Tempting?
Not a big strikeout guy, but I certainly I'm in no rush to short Scooble. He just goes so deep in these games. Now, watch him go out and get, pinged around and only go 4 2/3 with that comment. But you can rely on him most games to go deep. And the pitch count is usually pretty efficient. He doesn't walk a lot of guys. Just a very efficient pitcher, to say the least. The whip right now is 0.81. It's just something to really appreciate. He's got 7 walks in 13 starts. That's it.
That's pretty
7.
damn good.
And I always thought that you could really get the efficiency of a pitcher nailed down by looking at his strikeouts to his walks. And that's a stat that a lot of people look at, right? K's to walks. In 13 starts, Scooble has 105 strikeouts and 7 walks.
7 walks.
That's it.
Damn.
Yeah.
Which is why he's leading that Cy Young race?
I don't know who is going to challenge him down the stretch. I mean, there are several names you could bring up, but, Skeens in the NL, Scooble in the AL, those are your undoubted favorites right now. I know there's a lot of love on this show for Max Fried. I think we all love Garrett Crochet. Those would be good times to buy good numbers. Crochet was like 5-1, 6-1 coming into the year, and now he's out to 11. Long way to go. But Scooble, BetMGM minus 220, and Skeens right now minus 250. So definitely the respect is real from those guys. I think we should also talk about the Rockies quickly. They've lost 5 in a row. They're at home today. Senzatella has been absolutely atrocious. And the market is now $2, $2.10. How about this? I was playing around with this. The Giants to win today and the Thunder to win the title is plus 115.
We were looking for something to pair with the Thunder to win the title. Hey, there's no such thing as a safe bet, but This feels kind of safe. Rockies have only won 6 home games all season, 12 total. I kind of like that.
He
Sam.
has, I believe he has, I don't really pay attention to pitcher wins and losses because it's not something that matters. But at one point, he had more losses than the Rockies had wins. He was at 10 losses and they had 9 wins. So he's 1-10 with an ERA of 6.68. It does not get much worse. And his whip is almost 2. So I would be stunned if they won that game today. So maybe Giants to win, Thunder to win the title. Jake, anything that you like or love today on the Thursday card?
This is pretty gross, but I'm going to take the Orioles plus the 1.5 against Skubal. Dean Kramer's actually been really good at home. It's -102 is the best price. And I think that Skubal's not going to let the Orioles do anything offensively. This should be a low-scoring rock fight. And if that's going to be the case, I think the Tigers get out of here with maybe just a 1-run win. And it's really gross, and I hate myself for it. It makes me want to throw up a little bit because Dean Kramer is usually somebody I like to fade. And the Orioles haven't been great this year, as we know. But I actually think this one will be close. So that's one that I'm hot on. And I think Juan Soto is going to make it 3 days in a row. I think it's going to be 3 days in a row for a homer for Juan Soto. There's still 4-1, which is a wild price on him. He has a really good history against Michael Soroka. Let's rock.
Let's rock. What
I hate
is
myself.
Sam laughing at?
I might throw up. Let's rock.
Let's rock. Jake Hassan for you, ladies and gentlemen. Are we still hosting Send It In today, Jake? More baseball bets coming in?
Yeah. It's my show now. PJ Glasser never come back.
PJ Glasser
Also
might
love
not
you,
come
PJ.
back if Bryson continues to putt so poorly at the U.S. Open. We will continue keeping an eye on that. Coming up next,
Why
we are
is Rory
talking with
running
Paul
right now?
Tarchian. NFL futures coming your way, especially NFC North bets. That's next here on Bet Sweats with Sammy P and Kate Constable on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
This has got some blowout written into it. The Eagles have double-digit wins in 8 of their last 15 games. Half their games are double-digit wins. Kansas City sneaking by opponents barely, and the average margin of victory for the Eagles' last 5 games is 18 points. So not only am I moneyline Eagles, I like Eagles laddering all the way up to basically your maximum bet, 13.5 at plus 680. I would ladder up on Philly all the way to blowout territory.
Let's go. Love it.
Damn.
Love it.
That is the voice of the one and only Paul Charchian. He's going to join us here in just a second, not only to talk NFL futures, a little NFC North, but we're going to give him the floor to victory lap after basically calling the Super Bowl perfectly. Blowout for the Eagles. Charge, come on in. The floor is yours.
I've had to wait 4 long months to take my victory lap, but we're here. We're here now, and it's great to be back with you guys. That was. It seems obvious now, but in the week leading up to the Super Bowl, I don't think there were a lot of people talking about blowout Eagles, and just looking at the metrics and looking at the numbers, really felt that was a game that was in play for the Eagles, and obviously it worked out that way for the big outcome. So. With that, I will mention, we talked at this time last year to preview the Vikings, which is what we're going to do for a lot of this segment as well. And I got that totally wrong. I was like, Sam Darnold, Vikings are going to get rocked this year. And I urged people to take the under on their win total, which I think was sitting at this time last year was sitting at like 7. And they had 14 wins. So, we'll take it all with a grain of salt.
Got to paint the whole picture. I will say, though, If I were you, I would never come back on the show after that. I mean, there's nothing you can do aside from plucking a guy at 50-1 to win the MVP or something like that. I don't know that you can ever top that prediction-wise. And I remember that vividly because Joe and I were Eagles guys, but you were the Eagle guy to say that. And, the narrative was very funny that week. If I can go back in time for a second before we go forward, the Chief thing. Oh, the Chiefs don't get blown out. It's only happened 4 or 5 times. Well, wait, do they not get blown out or do they get blown out sometimes? I lost track. They don't get blown out, but it does happen from time to time. The narrative was so wild. And then I think the Chief fans were at your throat for that one. But that was the perfect storm. They got hot around the middle of October and just never stopped. And I think it's going to be impossible to live up to that. Not to mention, they lost some big bodies on that D-line, Sweat and Milton Williams. And then you start paying other guys. It's very difficult in this league to run it back. But what's your forecast for that division? Because that's been a very, very dramatic division in the sense that we haven't had a repeat winner in a long time. It's been, 20 years or so. We know they're good, but can they be great again?
Absolutely, because Howie Roseman has built a young team that is largely under contract. And they, like every Super Bowl team, they got poached some, but not even as much as most. And you still have the very, very good offensive line. All your offensive skill position players are still there. You've got young, talented players like Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell. Nakobe Dean might finally make an impact this year. He's going to get more playing time, healthier. Hopefully healthier. I don't see the Eagles going away here. Too young, too much talent, but probably the best overall roster in football. So still very, very optimistic that they're going to end up winning the NFC East and probably by a margin, honestly.
Well, Charles, we'll give you another shot at predicting what's going to happen with the Minnesota Vikings this year. JJ McCarthy, it kind of all hinges on what he looks like on the field this year, his first season playing, his sophomore season in the league. What do we know about JJ McCarthy coming into camp?
Yeah, well, Kate, what we really liked what we saw last year, his rookie year, before he blew out his knee. And I don't want to say blowout because it wasn't an ACL, but there was a lot of optimism around him, and we got to see him in one preseason game in which he looked fantastic, 11 of 13, 2 touchdowns, including a long bomb. He looked really good, and we can't read too much into preseason game number 1, but that's the only data point we had from last year. He worked heavily during the season, despite being injured. They worked him in VR a lot, and he was in the meeting rooms, and so he got some of the non-athletic stuff. JJ McCarthy was able to absorb last year. Rolls into this year as the undisputed starter. The Vikings could have pivoted to Aaron Rodgers or any of a number of other quarterbacks, but they like what they've got in McCarthy and really believe in that kid. Most NFL experts heading into this year's draft would have had J.J. McCarthy as the first quarterback taken ahead of Cam Ward. And the only reason he slid to the Vikings last year was because the crazy depth of quarterback last season. And Sam and Kate, let me ask you this. History of the league. Can you remember a first-year starting quarterback who gets dropped into a better spot than J.J. McCarthy? He's going to be throwing passes to Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, T.J. Hawkinson, Aaron Jones. His coach is the reigning coach of the year who has produced career best seasons from Kirk Cousins, Nick Mullins, Josh Dobbs, and then Sam Darnold, who won the comeback player of the year last year. And if that weren't enough, the team really put all their big off-season assets into the offensive line. Left guard, center, right guard. And J.J. McCarthy is in just a remarkable spot to succeed. So I actually feel quite optimistic. The early minicamp discussions are largely very positive for him. I think the kid's going to have a great opportunity for success in Minnesota.
You are singing with the choir here. We've talked about this, and I also think another factoid that needs to be considered is that while he is a rookie, he was in the room all last year. I mean, it's not like he's a traditional rookie in the sense that he has to learn the playbook. He knows the playbook, and they've been planning this thing for over a year now. I also saw Darisaw looking pretty good, the left tackle. So this is a great situation to answer your question. And I think the other thing about the Minnesota regime that a lot of people don't factor is that Kevin O'Connell kind of stays on one side of the field, and he doesn't get involved with the defense. Brian Flores, you handle the defense. That's what happens in Kansas City. Andy Reid doesn't touch the defense. He didn't touch the defense in Kansas City, and look how well that works out. So I think I said off the top, Kate, that they're the most well-coached team, arguably the deepest team in the division, and you have a rookie quarterback who's not a true rookie. And if that's the weakest link, a quarterback that's won a national championship in college, you're in a good spot.
Absolutely. Now, you mentioned the Vikings defense. They bring back their defensive coordinator, Brian Flores. Remember, this is already a really good defense. Last year, 4th in points allowed, number 2 in run defense, number 1 in interceptions, number 2 in defensive DVOA. So the Vikings defense was already good. And then you add in all of these things we talked about with this offense, including Jordan Mason. By the way, there's no betting angles yet on Jordan Mason. At some point, we're going to be able to bet double-digit touchdowns on Jordan Mason, and you're going to go pound that. And for fantasy players out there, Jordan Mason is one of my absolute favorite sleepers. He's the best running back the Vikings have. This is not going to be an Aaron Rodgers-led backfield, and every now and again we're going to put in Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason is going to become the Vikings starting running back, and Aaron Jones is going to slide into a third down change of pace role, and Mason's going to get the touchdown use. So just longer term, keep an eye on Jordan Mason. He's got some super sneaky value.
So how safe is it to say that you like the over on the Vikings win total at 8.5, or a longer shot, the Vikings to win the NFC North at plus 450?
I don't why are the Vikings tied for last in NFC North?
It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't make sense. This is a 14-win team with Sam Darnold last year. JJ McCarthy, that's got to be driving most of this. And also, they had mathematically a lot of luck on their side, lots of close wins last year. But as a reminder, 2 years before that, they had a 13-win season with lots of close wins. And maybe just Kevin O'Connell's a really, really good coach and can generate a lot of close wins. I don't understand how a 14-win team drops down to an 8.5 over/under for wins. To me, that seems really, really peculiar. And I don't think there's enough change just with JJ McCarthy. JJ McCarthy might be better than Sam Darnold this year. The drop off to me is too severe. So we're gonna take the over on the 8.5. I think the real line here, If you were to force me a number on a win total for the Vikings, I'd put you at 11, and only because this is once again a very difficult division.
I'm perplexed because I can't wrap my head around the Vikings and Bears having the same win total. That's sort of where I'm at. And I'm a Chicago kid, born and raised. I'm hearing that Ben Johnson is teaching them how to break the huddle properly. And Caleb has his left foot forward now. I'm like, oh my God, like how bad was it last year there? How bad was it, Paul? Was it just that bad that they couldn't do simple things like break the huddle right?
Yes, in many ways it was that bad. And, Caleb Williams, we know he wasn't getting, we think is the right kind of coaching, and obviously dismissed all their coaches. And you look at the terrible sacks that he took himself, that he brought upon himself. This is almost a start from scratch situation for Ben Johnson. And it's going to take time. The Bears are going to be better. I think everybody believes they got a massive influx of talent at the head coaching position. The offensive line changes were fantastic. We love that part for Chicago, but this thing is going to take some time to come together. And I think the Bears are headed for fourth place, but it'll be a better fourth place than what they got last year. But the offensive line, love that they invested in the offensive line. It's just going to take time to mature, to get all the new parts together. Caleb Williams rolling, installing a new offense. And, if that's the team, I think figures to end up being in fourth place again, but a better fourth place this year than last year.
Talking with Paul Charchian, NFL Futures. You can hear him on KFan and the director of the Guillotine Leagues at fantasylife.com. Paul, the other two teams in the NFC North, Packers and Lions. Lions, it's all hinging just on the new coordinators. Packers offense should be better than last year. At least that's what you expect coming into this year.
Yeah, I think so. Let's talk about those coordinators. I'm reminded of what happened to Philly in 2023. Remember, they were coming out of their Super Bowl loss, and they lost both of their coordinators, and they opted to go for inexperienced coordinators, Brian Johnson and Sean Desai. And everything unraveled, and those guys ended up getting fired. And then the Eagles went the next year. They brought in steady veteran coordinators, Kellen Moore, Vic Fangio last year, and they won the Super Bowl. So now what does Detroit do? They get both of their coordinators poached, and they bring in John Morton, who has only had one offensive coordinator job ever, and that was a failed trial in 2017 with the Jets. And then they bring in Kelvin Shepard, who has never been a coordinator. He has never called plays. To me, that's the biggest question mark on Detroit is, this is obviously a loaded, especially offensive roster, and potentially on defense too. They get Aiden Hutchinson back. But I have some concern about those coordinators and their ability to maximize this team the way Aaron Glenn and Ben Johnson did.
If I had pick number 5, I want to spin to fantasy here for a second because I know that's your bread and butter. If I had the 5th pick, am I crazy to think that Puka Nacua is not a bad idea to go 5 if he's on the board?
It's not crazy. No, I mean, his average draft position is closer to the end of the first round, but this is what makes fantasy fun is you get to do things like this and just play the way that you want to play with your own, with your own rankings and go get your guys. Puka is potentially going to be the most targeted player in the NFL. And that counts for a ton. And even with Devontae Adams now with the Rams, for some people that feels like a concern. Not to me. Don't care. This is a Puka Nacua led offense, and what we know is Sean McVay targets his guys, and so Puka right now, average draft position just looked up is 7. So going 5, absolutely in play. The question you got to ask yourself: do you want to be the guy who's known for passing on Ashton Genty?
With what offensive line? Last year you were giving us the offensive line for the Niners and said, is this an offensive line or the band Rush or something like that? The line is worse in Vegas, man.
The line is bad, but just through sheer volume, if you ask me to pick who's going to lead the NFL in touches, I would say Ashton Genty is going to be the guy. We know Vegas is going to run the wheels on this kid, and it is going to be fun to watch because he's going to be very good. And just through sheer repetition, going to be better. And the offensive line, to their credit, it did get better last year as a run blocking unit, especially. It did get better. They're going to have a functional quarterback that will help take a little pressure off the run game. They haven't had that in Los Vegas since they've been in Las Vegas. So yeah, I'm pretty optimistic. Genty to me is going to be super fun, and he's just a guy I want on my team. And if he's sitting there and it's him or Puka Nacua, I can't pass on Ashton Genty.
He's Paul Charchian. You can hear him over at KFan in Minneapolis. You can also catch his work on fantasylife.com. Paul, appreciate you joining us. We will talk to you again down the road.
Yeah, let's check in during training camp, and we'll get all kinds of fantasy updates. That'd be a blast.
We'll have you spell Eagles like the mayor. You can spell Eagles out loud.
EAGILS?
Something like that. This close.
P.
Q.
Thanks, Paul.
Thanks, guys. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Bob. 2-minute drill coming up on the other side. U.S. Open's latest and some NFL headlights coming your way on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network.
We've got our lightning bets coming your way in about 20 minutes from now. But until then, we do a little 2-minute drill. Check in on the latest in the U.S. Open as well. Over at BetMGM, there is a awesome U.S. Open odds boost token that you can get now until the 15th. Swing for extra distance with an odds boost token for U.S. Open action. Use your token to grab a bigger payout on your tournament bet. So, Sam, some notables through the first round so far. We have Bryson. He's even through 11. Ludwig is -2 through 13. Fleetwood, 2 over through 12. Xander, 2 over through 11. Mickelson, 1 over through 10. And Rory, 1 under through 11. If you're using your odds boost token, odds-wise, what are we doing?
Holy cow. I don't know if anybody's watching this live. Bryson just saved a double bogey there. So he was shooting. He's pumped. I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. It's a par 5 12, and he was in the rough on his 5th shot, right around the green. So he went to chip onto the green, and it didn't leave the rough. He flubbed it. Then he pulls out the putter on the fringe and knocks it in to bogey. Granted, nobody wants to bogey, but it could have been a lot worse. So couldn't quite get it out of the rough, got it to the fringe kind of, and then knocked in a very difficult putt. So he does bogey the hole. He's 1 over, but that could have been at least a double bogey if it didn't go the way of Bryson DeChambeau there. So yeah, Jake says he's watching. Thank you, Jake. How did I describe that, Jake? I think I nailed it.
Perfectly. 11 out of 10.
Thank you. Leaderboard at BetMGM. Scotty Scheffler hasn't teed off yet. Favored 3-1. McIlroy 8, Oberg 10, DeChambeau 10, Rahm 14, JJ Spawn, your current leader, is 20-1 to win the U.S. Open.
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good with my Scheffler bet.
Yeah, I would too. Too.
Yeah.
We know, Kate.
Well,
we know.
Yeah. Feeling pretty good.
Kate likes the
Nice
Chiefs.
little-
Kate likes the Dodgers. Kate likes the Liberty.
I like Aaron Judge for MVP.
Yep. Paul Skeens, Cy Young. Just knock them all
Yep.
down.
Perfect.
Who's running point on 2-minute drill today? Is it Paul or Jake? I always lose track. I should know this.
And Paul's
And Paul dead.
Yep.
Well.
And Paul's got to relog in. We got some NFL. Do we have Paul now?
I think so. If you heard a big
Yeah, we got Paul. There we go.
First question, Paul. What time is it?
11.
He's
23
looking at us.
Eastern.
Eastern.
Because, yeah. If it were at night, it'd be 23 Eastern.
See, I can't do the conversion from regular to military once we're in the afternoon. My brain just doesn't do numbers. That is so hard for me.
You just add 12.
I can't do
Yeah,
that
but-
on the fly. That's
Let me guess. 20
happen.
you want to assume is 10 because, you switch to the 20s, but it's actually only 8 and 10's 22. Yeah, it gets weird. Anyway, JJ
that's way
Spawn, just
over
for
my head.
reference, he was 90-1 coming into the U.S. Open, not saying that he's going to hold on and ship this by any means, but just for reference, some NFL headlines. The Bengals are bungling. So they got an issue with their first round draft pick, Shamar Stewart, rookie defensive end. So he has left minicamp and which is mandatory. No word if they will fine him, which obviously that'll get worked out in the contract if they finalize it. But kind of a weird situation because as of, I don't even know how long ago it was now, but rookies are slotted, right? So there's only so much negotiation that can be done. It's basically over a clause per Pro Football Talk regarding the potential voiding of the future years of his guaranteed 4-year rookie deal. Basics are that the Bengals have changed the language from what they've done in years past with other rookies, at least according to this. So the Bengals are, it seems like, making this more complicated than they have to. Shocker. And again, the T. Higgins stuff in the past, the Jamar Chase stuff in the past, whether or not that stuff is carried over onto the field. But as we mentioned, their defense, terrible last year. Maybe this guy could help. Overall, does this make you feel any sort of way about the Bengals very early in the offseason, or about halfway through?
It doesn't,
I guess. Sam?
Doesn't give me any confidence that their defense is going to be better. And the bottom line of that story is wild to me. NBCSports.com story. Earlier today, the author, Mike Florio, wrote, "We outlined Stewart's options. He doesn't have many, but he could sit out the entire year and re-enter the draft in 2026. What? So they could go out, draft this kid, like him, be excited about the potential and the future that he could help build. And if everything goes completely south, he could sit out and re-enter the draft? Kate, not good.
Wouldn't it be better just to, like, fine, if the Bengals aren't wanting to budge on what the guarantees, like, wouldn't it be better just to give them those guarantees? Otherwise, if that were to happen, and I'm not sure we've ever seen that happen where a rookie re-enters the draft, but then you are essentially losing a first-round draft pick from the year before. Like, you don't get recompensated for the draft, the 2025 draft pick that was Stewart, if that were to happen. And it feels like for rookie contracts, there isn't a ton of wiggle room in negotiating these. I would say just give the kid what he wants versus, like, you're not giving away your future assets or anything like that. You're just giving him a couple more dollars guaranteed.
And this is,
I also don't, I don't understand how you could take a kid 17th overall and need him aesthetically, stylistically, schematically. You need this guy because your defense has been your weakest link, no doubt. The other side has Burrow and Chase and Higgins and is putting up video game numbers. You go and get an SEC defensive end. You're happy about him. You take him 17th, and you want to piss him off out of the gate? That's where I'm at, Paul.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the paragraph that got me. It's like the Bengals are trying to change their usual language regarding the voiding of guarantees to extend the consequences of default in the current year, blah, blah, blah. Just Stewart doesn't believe he should have contract language any different than the player the Bengals took in the first round last year. Like, why are they changing this from year to year? It seems like they're making a mess of, like, a technicality. But the Bengals shall be the Bengals forever.
It doesn't give me confidence that the Bengals are going to start off the season on a strong note, like we've all said for the last 6-8 months, like that they have to, because that's been their MO the last couple of seasons of, like, off-season drama, lose your first 3 games, and then figure out the season has started. And then it might be a little too late to make the playoffs last year.
Staying in the AFC North. So I guess Aaron Rodgers in part celebrated him signing on with the Steelers by going to a cookout at Mike Tomlin's house. I did want to come in here and, like, make a case that, like, is this the year? Like, Tomlin has been in Pittsburgh forever. I saw this in Philly with Andy Reid. Like, all right, they're in the playoffs or on the verge of playoffs most years, but will the bottom finally fall out like it did for Andy Reid in his last year where they won four games, ends up in Kansas City? I wanted to make that case for the Steelers this year, but I just don't think this is the year because these are their first, the opening of their schedule. Jets at home, at the Seahawks, Patriots at home, at the Vikings. You got the Browns in there, the Bengals, who could be a mess in there. Are we just the usual 8-9, 9-8 Steelers sort of thing, or now that Aaron Rodgers is officially in the mix, your guys' thoughts on the Steelers?
I said heading into last year, this was like one of the opens to BetMGM game day on the BetMGM network last year, was my take that this was going to be Mike Tomlin's first losing season. I was very wrong on that, but I think maybe I was a year early. I think this is Mike Tomlin's first losing season. I don't believe in Aaron Rodgers. How many quarterbacks over 40 have really had success in the NFL? One, Tom Brady. I just don't see Aaron Rodgers being like the key to winning their first playoff game, having a winning record. I'm not there. So I think this is the year that the Steelers really struggle. And as soon as that happens, like Pittsburgh fans are going to be all over Aaron Rodgers. Not that that isn't typically the case everywhere he goes, but I don't have high hopes for the Steelers this year.
I'm so apathetic. I just don't care. That's sort of where I'm at. I know that that's not the point of this segment. We're supposed to care and we're supposed to have a take. I think it'd be very funny, though, of all the quarterbacks Mike Tomlin's had after Roethlisberger, think of all the junk. If this is the guy that ruins the legacy of never being under 500, it will be very funny to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what I want to talk about, though, from this story. I want to talk about the cookout. Tomlin catered the cookout? Boo! As somebody who does his fair share of cookouts, you do the food yourself, Mike. You catered? You top shelf catering? No. You cook out yourself. I will prove it. Everybody's invited. Nobody's going to come because it's in Boston, June 29th. Everybody's invited on the show. 40 pounds of meat, all the sides, myself. We don't cater the cookout. We put our hands in the oven. Put our hands in the smoker, Kate.
In Tomlin's defense, he's cooking. I mean, he's got to have more than 40 pounds of meat to cook for an NFL team. Guys that are eating 5 times what, well, certainly 5 times what I'm eating, probably 5 times what you guys are eating. That I'll give Tomlin, like he would be on the grill for hours. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the cookout. I'll give him a little bit of a pass there.
I had 60 people last year, and I started grilling at 11 o'clock at night. Well, smoking at 11 o'clock at night for a cookout that started at 4 p.m. So that's an excuse, Kate. Guess how many grills that guy's got? He's probably got 2 or 3 grills there. He's probably got a smoker.
Got all the industrial size stuff.
He's got the money, though.
What do we think?
He could pay for it. Like I'm not paying $20,000 to cater a cookout. I don't like my friends that much.
What's Rodgers' summer cocktail?
Probably a scotch. Right? I mean,
Sure.
He's a scotch guy. Doesn't he look like a scotch guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're fine. Maybe, you know what? Degree day is probably pouring like, a nice big red wine. He's probably the red wine guy.
That feels right.
Also not a cookout. It's just a party if you're catering it. So
That's true.
Last one.
True.
Speaking of apathetic, do we want? We got 3 minutes. Let's do this. Unless I think we did it in a break. I don't think it was on air. The Bears. Ben Johnson's teaching. Oh no, we did talk to Charge about it. But let's get your guys' thoughts. Ben Johnson is going back to fundamentals with the Bears. Good or bad?
It's certainly not good.
I think it's a step in the right direction. I was actually talking to my buddy Keith, huge Bears guy, and we're breaking down what this means because I assure you the Lions and the Packers and the Vikings aren't working on breaking the huddle and aren't working on putting the right foot forward. But his counter was, and he's a big Bears guy, what if the details matter? And what if the details propel this young quarterback? I see both sides. I'm inclined to think this is not good initially, but better for the growth of a young quarterback. I probably won't bet the Bears over the win total. I don't think it's good that you have to teach your franchise quarterback, who's supposed to be a superstar, to lead with his left foot and not his right foot so he can turn and make quick throws. The fact that he didn't know that is alarming. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah, I certainly don't feel great about it. Like going over to Minnesota, I'm not sure Kevin O'Connell's teaching JJ McCarthy these same things, right? I think they're a little bit of ahead. But for the Bears, I think because of how dysfunctional they were, you have to take 2 steps back in order to take 4 steps forward. Like it's a necessary evil to have to do these things. It just sucks that that's where the organization is, that you have to do it in order to be successful. And you're kind of losing time where all these other teams are a step ahead of you and are, practicing the important things. Installing the offense, which, by the way, did we see Deebo Samuel running routes yesterday? He looks a little hefty.
Nope. Oh,
Looks a little
yeah?
hefty.
Too many cookouts.
George Kittle did respond to that and was like, this is a part of the install. He's not supposed to be running full speed. But Debo looked a little hefty in that video.
It's the off season. Well,
like James
maybe
Harden big or Shaq big?
James
Which
Harden
one are we
big.
talking about?
James
Okay.
definitely
Harden.
James Harden.
Just a little puffy.
yeah.
Like maybe had a little too much sodium the day before. Yeah.
Happens.
Lightning bets. On the other side, we'll tell you where we're putting our money tonight. That's next as we wrap things up here on Bet Sweats.
You're listening to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Wrapping things up here on Bet Sweats. Sammy P, Kate Constable with you. We have our lightning bets coming your way in just a few moments. We were just talking into the break about Jake's kickball team. Do we need to put like a line on the game tonight? I kind of think that'd be fun. Jake's
What's the total,
over-under
Jake?
on, do you call them kicks? Hits? What do you call them in kickball?
Yeah, you use baseball terms. It's fine. Listen, browned out -4.5. It's the line. That browned out is my team, by the way.
Okay.
Very excited.
Okay, yeah, let's
Very excited. We did only score 1 run last week, yes, but we were on a janky turf field, which I hate, and we had the crappy 6:15 time slot. We have the 8:30 time slot tonight. Back on the home field, dirt field. Vibes are going to be very high. Bar before the game, bar after the game as well, obviously. Traveling bar during the game as well, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, the vibes are very high. We are back on our home turf, home dirt, and I'm very excited. Big game, huge. Got to start season 2-0 for the vibes.
Speaking of browned out,
Sure.
tell a very quick story. So 2019, I didn't have a job. I was in between Wiesen and Nessen, so I was hanging out, tending bar, teaching class, and I worked for a long time for WGN Radio, so I played on their softball team. I was doing some freelance stuff for them, but nothing crazy. We got all the way to the championship. All the way. And they had it, Jake, in Forest Park at the 16-inch Hall of Fame. Like, it was a huge thing for a rec league softball game. There was this girl I was kind of hanging out with at the time. She showed up to the softball game, the championship. Absolutely plastered. And she was like, I was so embarrassed. I was mortified. We lost the championship, by the way, because I couldn't perform. She was screaming from the stands. She was so drunk at this game. And I will never, as long as I live, forget that. I haven't thought about that in a long time, but when you said browned out, she was blacked out at my 16-inch softball championship game that, Kate, I didn't even invite this person to.
Oh,
Think about
that's a
that.
twist. Oh, so
Think
she was
about
a stage
that.
5 player.
Maybe.
That's how long were you guys hanging out beforehand prior to the
Associated.
softball game? Associated.
A month, maybe.
That's very bold of her.
Not much longer after
I was
that.
gonna say,
either. I had to really.
Did you
think
cut the
about
cord
that.
almost immediately?
It was tough to do it immediately because then there was the other. I thought we were made for each. I'm like, oh my god, I need to like slowly. It's not a cut; it's a slow tug. You got to tug the cord out of the wall.
Shave away.
My teammates were like, "Where did you find this girl?" That felt good. That was very cathartic for me. Thank you, Kate and Jake. Thank you for that. I feel much
Happy
better.
to give you the platform.
Jake, is there any fear that well, I don't know what your situationships are right now. I'd imagine you've got a roster. Is there any fear that maybe someone on the roster might think that they're on the kickball roster tonight?
No. When it comes to the team, Kate, I run a very tight ship. There's everybody knows who's on the legitimate roster, the kickball roster, and who isn't. There's no ambiguity there. You're either invited or you're not. I don't mess around when it comes to the kickball vibes. You're either in or you're out. And I make it very clear.
All right, good. You're locked in already. I can see it.
Yes, thank you. All other aspects of my life, we play it very fast and loose, but kickball, we're locked in. We don't mess around.
We're pulling for you. We need a full
Thank you.
report tomorrow.
You'll get it. Oh wait, no, I'm off tomorrow morning. Sorry.
Oh
my gosh, that's disappointing.
Yeah. Well.
Should we?
I'll call you
pivot
guys.
onto lightning bets?
I'll call in.
Yeah.
If you called
it doesn't
in
even
with an
matter
update,
anymore if we can't get an update.
I would allow it. Paul's off tomorrow. Jake's off tomorrow. Joe's
Friday.
never coming back.
No.
Joe's the south
Kate,
of the Mason-Dixon forever.
Me and Gertch. That's it. That's all that's left.
How
Jake,
is
I want
Joe's,
you to call him from the CTA.
Oh God. We can make that happen.
You were asking, Kate?
I feel like
Go
that's
ahead.
a joke that I'm missing. How's Joe's
No, it's just me
tournament
really
going?
loud. But-
Oh.
yeah, we should
well,
get him call in to find out.
Yeah, see how the boys are doing.
There's no chance.
Yeah, no chance.
Our group thread.
You have
our
a
group
better
thread has been
chance of
dead.
ripping his hands off with your bare hands.
There's no way. He is no way. And he probably looks at his phone and sees that we're trying to talk to him and just puts it right back down. Which I don't blame. He's on vacation. I mean, why would you interact with your coworkers when you're on vacation? I think we're all friendly, but there's no chance that Joe is on the show tomorrow with a Little League update. There's no way. And I don't blame him.
Yeah, no,
either.
I kind of can't see it. Which is fair. All right, Sam, lightning bets. What are you looking at today?
I feel so good about what was just discussed in the last 8 minutes. I know Jake does too. Very good stuff. I'm doing the under Chicago and Houston. That's Martin and Valdez. I don't think the White Sox are going to have much offensively. This Valdez is going to carve up this young roster. Under 7.5 there. And I am not doing it, Kate. Wink, wink. But this would probably be the time to do no goal in the first 10 minutes in hockey and under 6.5. I'm not betting a single dollar on it. All my money is on White Sox under and Astro under. Not all my money, but my money today. My budget today, that's it. But I think this is finally that game where you see no goal in the first 10 and we finally get an under in the Stanley Cup final.
I've been going back and forth of wanting to actually bet the under and just kind of leaning towards the under, but doing and pulling a Sammy P and staying off of hockey altogether. So under would be my play in tonight's game. Just not quite sure I'm going to pull the trigger. Honestly, there isn't a ton that I like across any sports today. There's no WNBA, which I've been betting a ton. We don't have any NBA. So my card is going to be very bleak. I am going to go, Sam. I'm going to go with Suzuki. We said over 1.5 total bases. That's what we talked about earlier.
Yeah. Double, two singles,
okay.
home run. I think that's a good bet at plus money. I do.
Total bases, plus 115, going to the game tonight. Want a little fun action. That's going to be my only official play for today, just because we do have a small card, and I'm not totally sold on what's going on in the Stanley Cup final tonight, at least in terms of how I'm viewing that game and reading the series. So we're going to just root for the under. Paul, Jake, what are we looking at?
I'll mostly defer to Jake. I'm just going to settle in and watch Colin Morikawa attack Oakmont or get attacked by Oakmont. We'll see how it goes.
50-50.
Best of luck, buddy.
You don't mean
like I mentioned, I will be on the Orioles plus the 1.5 against the Tigers. I know it's Scooble. I just think this game is going to be a rock fight. I like Juan Soto to hit a home run, third straight game. It's 4-1, insane price. So I will be on that. And listen, you've heard of a Yurfie. You've heard of a Nerfie. I'm not a huge nerd, so I'm not going to do either of those. I present to you, instead, first pitch of the game by Jacob Mizorowski, the Brewers rookie pitcher, to be 100+ miles an hour at plus 350. I will be on that.
Is that an actual market you can bet?
Oh yeah, it is, Kate. Oh, yeah, it is.
Oh.
And let me tell you something. It was plus 450 about 5 minutes ago, and then I saw it, and now it's plus 350, which I still
You're going to be so mad. You're going to be so mad
Oh,
if he comes
I'm
out
going
and
to
goes
be
99.
furious. When it's 99, I'm going to be furious. But you know what? But seriously, this kid has been pitching lights out in the minors. He's hit 103 multiple times. First start of your career, first major league pitch of your career. He's going to be juiced up. Let's do it. Little instant sweat.
They had that market last year when Skeens made his debut. You could bet on the bands, I guess. They had a 94 or slower, a 95 to 97, a 98 and 99, and then 100 plus. I don't remember exactly where it landed, but that was a market you could bet on the MPH on Skeens' first pitch.
And it doesn't matter if it goes all the way to the backstop, right?
Nope.
No,
It just has
I
to
believe
register
it's
on the gun.
velocity in general.
I would like to shout out Justin Hicks. Does anybody know who Justin Hicks is before I give this shout out here? Anybody?
Jordan's brother?
No?
I don't know.
I was going to say Jordan.
No, he is a golfer who is 13 over through 15 holes at the U.S. Open. 13
That's no good.
over. No.
Just happy to be there.
Is this
Not
the guy
anymore.
who is a amateur?
No, the
That
amateur's
we were talking
11
about?
over. Evan Beck is 11 over. If you go to the bottom of a leaderboard at a tournament like this, at a course like this, a lot of big numbers. +7, +7, 8, 8, 8, 9, 9, 11, 13. Justin Hicks, have yourself a day.
That's rough. I hate to report as well, Sam, which I'm sure you already know, but Bryson did just bogey 12. He is back to 1 over. It's starting to fall a little bit. Gary Woodland bogeyed. He's down to 2 under. Spawn sitting at 4. Scotty's still
Everybody
the
is out
leader on
there.
the odds board.
Yeah, everybody's out there killing themselves on this course, and the only player with odds that are not double digits, Scotty Scheffler. 3-1, DeChambeau 10, McIlroy 11, Oberg 11, Rahm 12. What can Scotty win if he doesn't tee off? Is that how it works, Paul?
Scotty's odds are dropping despite not having teed off yet.
It's wild.
Crazy.
But I get it.
Crazy.
Wow. I get it. No, so do I.
That's going to do it for us here on Bet Sweats. Thanks to our guests, Nick Friedel, Paul Charchian. Sam and I will be back here at the same time tomorrow. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.